he's like walking by and he's just titties. I'm like, bro, what?
Yeah, man.
It's wild. And mind you, this is like
Yeah.
it's not like it was like a lower enlisted. This was like a whole staff sergeant or freaking captain just walking by
Most
you.
one of rank. Wow. All right. Well, you know what? At the end of the day, man, as long as they got the skills and they're able to back up the work, I'm like, yo, F it. At this point, I'm like, guys, bro, I'm like, are they competent? Like that's where
Like,
we're at on society. I'm like,
Oh no,
man, it's
I
like,
when I was in like 2005 to 2015, the thing was like if you're like whatever up in the head, fine, but you can't change your sex until you're out of the military.
mm, no. Well, they started to roll that back. Well, not really roll it back, but it was more of a. It was crazy. I don't know because
The real downfall was Obama getting rid of don't ask, don't tell.
yeah.
That was the real downfall, because then it was like people could just, I mean, what the Navy, have you been on a boat?
No, I've never been on a boat, not in the
Oh,
Navy.
okay. So
Well,
like
I've been to like sightseeing. Yeah, I've been on a Navy boat, but
we'd always joke like in the Marine Corps about how gay Navy guys are. And I never realized it was true until I walked onto a boat, and the first thing I saw was like a couple of Navy dudes like swayed, and I was like, "What the is this?" I was like, I thought it was I looked at my sergeant and I was like, "I thought this was a joke." He goes, "No, not a joke, real thing."
No, the stereotypes is real.
One of our sergeants got dishonorable discharge because he got someone got caught him taking it in the ass by a Navy guy.
oh, okay.
And I was like, well, serves you right. Sodomy's still illegal in the military.
Well, they probably got caught because they're probably doing somewhere in public, like in public space or something.
Well, yeah, they
Yeah,
were caught.
sure.
They were caught in the mess hall doing it.
Yeah, that's why.
I
kitchen.
don't, man, like, I don't understand, bro. Why do
Yeah.
people do this?
I don't know.
like,
It's kind of like in Congress. It's kind of like in Congress when Congress people are found out doing like gay shit in like weird places in Congress, and it's like, bro, can you just go get a room and keep it in your pants?
exactly. Like, get a hotel or your house. Or, why do these things in a place where the consequences are so dire that lead to like expulsion of your job? Like just don't do that.
It's because they can't control themselves. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I guess when you're gay, you got some up thing in your brain saying, "Well, I cannot control myself, so therefore I must do it."
Military. You've got discipline. You're in the military. You've been through
Yeah, well, I
training.
mean, it's like when you get a dishonorable discharge, your life is now because they're like, wait, you can't even get out of the military with good rank, with good honors? Nah, we ain't hiring your ass. I mean, that might not be the same now, but it's surely a thing when I was in the military. And when you got out, if you got dishonorable discharge, you're pretty much like no job wanted you, unless you're a dishwasher.
So the thing is, what I realized, because I know a lot of people that got kicked out, they're able to change their status once they get out. Like you're able to change from like a dishonorable discharge to like a general or like a general discharge. Yeah,
I didn't know
you
that.
can change it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like I know, like one of my roommates, he got kicked out because he was just late. You get kicked out for being late too many times.
What the in the Air Force? Wait, are you in the Air Force?
No, Army.
Army?
You get kicked out, and then what is it? He was like, "Yeah, now I work at a Coca-Cola factory." He's like a manager or whatever at a Coca-Cola factory. I'm like, "Oh wow,
damn."
All right, there you go. You're making something. There you go.
No,
Shout out to that.
when you're late in the Marine Corps, someone's gonna be pounding on your door at that time, be like, "Get your ass out of this room right now."
Oh, yeah, they were doing it. That's like the process. Like, oh, okay, they're gonna start showing up to your door.
Oh, and he still was late?
Yeah, he was still late. I mean, it happens. Like, it depends where you go. Like, some places is depressing. Like, if you go to what's that place? Like, somewhere in winter, like winter depression. Like, that's.
It doesn't matter. It's still your fucking job.
Yeah, it's still your job.
Exactly.
It's like I can't be late for my job as a trucker. I have to be on time. Like, it's your job. It doesn't matter if you're fucking depressed or not. Get your ass out of your bed and go do your shit.
Oh man,
it's crazy. But then you got people that get kicked out for like smoking weed.
I had one of those
crazy drugs.
Is that still a thing? Is that still a thing currently?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, wow.
Zero tolerance.
It's still federally illegal.
Well, I mean, even if it wasn't federally legal, it'd still be zero tolerance.
Wow.
You can't even do steroids in the military. You can get kicked out for that.
Yeah.
Damn.
Like even if it's like an accident, say you like, was it? They said the kind bars, like the protein bars, the kind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I love them
stuff.
shits. Come in clutch.
They said if you eat too many of those, because some of them contain like hemp.
Well, I mean, that's your job though.
What?
So
it's literally part of your job to make sure you're not ingesting it no matter what.
Yeah.
Like, it's a protein bar. Okay, yeah, maybe you should read the ingredients of that protein bar. I'm sure in front of it, probably somewhere it says hemp. So if you see that on the front, you're like, oh, it's hemp. Yeah, I shouldn't be eating this.
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Zoom user. Who's quiet?
Yeah.
Oh, Charles. By the way, apologies, bro. Thank you as well for your service, mate.
Oh no, it's okay, man. You know, I never know what to say when people say that, and I'm just like, okay, not an issue. Like I joined because I wanted to defend my country. So
higher respect for that, mate.
Usually, I just tell them no problem. You know, that's what I do.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I say.
Freaking hell.
What's up, Bo?
What's going on, bro?
Bo's here? Oh shit!
I got banned off Instagram.
I'm just listening. I'm listening to slop conversations. That's all.
Just kind of slop.
I log into slop. I'm like, hey, let's talk about making money. Who's got shit going on with Claude? Hey, somebody just
the military.
Yeah,
let's talk about
low life. I can't wake up.
Before it was women because they're just obsessed with women. Now we're talking about because we got yelled at for talking about women. Now we're gonna talk about.
This guy can't get up on time. Oh my God, let's gossip. Homo shit. Guys, literally the conversations you have, I wish I could. I mean, I'd love to play this back. I'm going to upload this full video on the school community just so you can hear yourselves and how cringe it is when it's from the third person perspective. You're in a community to make money. You're gossiping about dudes that can't even wake themselves up and have to be babysat to get up, or dudes that can't stop smoking, or some hemp derivatives in some protein bars or whatever that gets you red flagged on a test for heroin. Yeah. What are we doing? What the fuck are you guys doing? This reminds me of, look, I'll tell you the story about this shit, this was in Phoenix. You need to understand this mentality, because if it doesn't seep deep in your bones, you're going to die broke. I'm not even joking with you. You think it's funny, but in the next 5 to 10 years, your life is going to get infinitely more difficult because of AI. So you better listen close. A couple of years ago, I was in Arizona. And in the morning, I stopped by this place called Shadow Mountain Resort. They have it's essentially like a super uber rich golf course on the back of this 5-star hotel. And something was going on. I had no idea. They just have a restaurant there that you go for breakfast at. It had an amazing breakfast. So I went there with my girl at the time. And we're surrounded by guys that are worth multi-millions of dollars. Everybody's watch is over $100,000. Obviously, they have the rich people laugh. There's like a birthday party going on. This woman probably was in her 40s. And a group of men with them, 20 women, 20 men. They're celebrating some shit. More groups of people are coming in for the golf tournament or event, whatever is going on. And I'm sitting in the thick of it, right in the middle with my girl, and we're just listening to the conversations that people are having, like eavesdropping on everyone. Everyone is dressed to the nines. Everybody is talking in a specific wavelength. And what they're discussing is business, contracts, money, executing deals, investments, shit like that. Like, not a single rich person there. And they went from all ages, from 30 to 65. Who knows how much older, but everybody looked in good shape. And all the men were discussing. There's a table of 3 men off to my back right, a table of like 2 women off to the back left, and they're within earshot, and I'm listening to them. The men are talking about, closing this deal, headed to Europe for the summer, and just made a couple of million on this investment, whatever. They're just having general conversation about business back and forth with one another. They're very keen on investing and getting more and more nuts out of these trees that they call their businesses, their jobs, their whatever. And on the back other side of me is the women. And the women were like some professional kind of women, not part of the birthday group. But she was talking about her business, the company that she worked for, whatever, and her clientele, and she's got to fly out to Japan or wherever the fuck, and, you know, stuff like this. She's doing high-end consulting and all this shit. And the women are just going back and forth talking about work. You know, they're like high-powered, I don't know, consultants, lawyers, whatever the fuck they were. And they're just shooting the shit with each other, talking about money, investments. Delayed gratification was one of the things that you notice in rich people when they're discussing with one another. They don't think about buying things they need now. They don't care for shiny shit to show off to people. All their watches, they were not iced out. They were expensive, plain Janes. If you knew what that watch was, you just knew. But if you just checked it on anybody's wrist, it looked like a bunch of nothing. It looked like some shit, Secchio or whatever they're called, that you can get from Walmart. You know, it just looked like a normal watch. You wouldn't know it's worth $250,000. And that's the mentality they had. They all rolled like that. They're talking about their dividends, their investments, the cash flow from their businesses, and how they're reinvesting and doing all this shit. And then on the women's side, the birthday group girls, that this lady was having her birthday. She was 40-something with all her friends. And it's just like a bunch of women sitting in a huge, like one of those conference tables that just spread out wide like that, like long. And she's sitting at the end, and I'm right by the end. Her birthday gift to herself at that breakfast / lunch brunch, whatever you want to call it, was sharing a squash with her friend. When I say disciplined people, for 40-something years old, she looked better than most 20-year-olds. I mean, her body was a 10 for a 40-year-old. She looked like an athlete / model, extremely fit, everything obviously nice because she's probably had work done, a facelift, whatever, skin, everything. She obviously, if on her birthday, shares half of a squash, this is clearly a determined, disciplined woman that knows how to eat properly, because she didn't break on her birthday and pig out. And she looks good. Her skin's good. She takes care of herself. You could tell. All the men were in a very similar fashion. Type A, strong personalities. They go after their goals. They last long term, and they don't deviate. They don't get distracted by bullshit. Now, the reason I bring this up is because in the same exact day, me and my girl go out for like a late lunch, dinner-ish, you could call it, around 5 o'clock. And then we go to this place called Tempe in Arizona. This is a college town literally right next to the University of Arizona, massive Arizona State. Nothing but college kids there, college-age kids. And you could say maybe lower middle class or just middle class people, right? You call your blue-collar workers, your lower-end grunts at corporations. These guys that are doing very basic jobs, and they're getting paid probably $30 to $40, $50, maybe $60,000 a year. You know, your average ordinary dude. And it's kind of a sports bar. So you got TVs everywhere. You know what it's like. Wing bar, sports bar, drinks are flowing, nothing but shitty, cheap beers on tap. Everybody's having a blast. They're just talking, whatever. All the young 19, 20-year-old girls walking around, they're getting burgers and fries. They're already chunky. They got guts on them. They already look up for 20 years old. The woman in her 40s with the wealthy husband and the driven mentality around the other wealthy people was behaving in a completely different fashion. Delayed gratification. This one wanted her burgers now with her fries and her ketchup. She got it. Her body looked like exactly that mentality. Like she just does what she wants in the moment. Consequences be damned. So it shows up for any fitness person here. You know what I'm talking about. When you do not delay the gratification, you just eat whatever the you want. It shows up in your body right away. Okay. But the disease started in the mind. So when you look at all these women, they were 19, 20. I was looking around my girl, just talking, because I had never seen two distinct worlds within a few hours apart to really have a clear comparison. And I saw what the middle and lower class mentality was. That's what separated these people. Not that these other ones were gifted somehow, but the mentality was completely different. Your mentality is what sets you up in life with whatever position you end up with. So these people, these women look like shit. They were going to continue looking like shit. You could tell they would age horribly, and they probably make bad decisions in partners and everything else because they cannot delay gratification. They have no self-control. And now I'll flip it to the men. The men that were there drinking their pint-sized beers on tap nonstop look like shit. All of them were fat. All of them had guts. All of them were stressed out. Do you know what the topic was? The main themes of conversation between them? Sports. What's happening on the TV, what team's playing next week, who did good this, quoting whatever stat from their favorite player here, Low-level gambling talk, like I bet Mark I was going to, the Seahawks were going to win this. Stupid shit like that. They're obsessed with sports, which gives them no money, which gives you no access to information, which literally does nothing for you. And then they're spending money and their valuable time on that shit. The next thing they're talking about is their jobs, how much they hate their jobs. They hate their bosses. They hate that they're not seen at work. They're not appreciated. They feel underpaid. How many of us have heard that kind of shit from men around us all the time? Okay? And how many of those men are actually in a decent position? The answer is zero. Answer is zero. Why is this so common across all these men? Have you ever sat and asked yourself? You've never seen these two distinct worlds so close in different time spans within the same day to really see and contrast why it is the way it is. You just think, because all you see is these kinds of men, that rich people are probably the same. It's just rich people problems. It's not at all. The mentality, the mental model that a rich person has is why they are rich. Just like somebody coming out of the gutter becomes rich because their mentality was different than all the other crabs around them. When you're surrounded by crabs, it's hard to think like anything other than a crab. You are being institutionalized into poverty and you don't even know it based on the men you're hanging around with. So when you're having conversations and doing what these normal dudes are doing, expect a normal, hard, poverty-stricken life where you're struggling every day. When you eat like fat people eat and don't delay your gratification, don't get on your diet and don't count your calories, expect to look like one of them. It's all a spectrum. It all comes from your mentality. The difference between you and the guy who's a millionaire isn't because he's special, which most men try to cope out with and say, well, he was different. Well, he had some advantages. Well, he didn't. He just made the correct decisions every single day because of his mental model of the world. He delays gratification. He chases long-term goals he knows he'll never reach for another couple of years at least. And he never deviates from his path. No matter what, there are no distractions because he is motivated by the end. Now, so many men start off on a path. Let's say you want to lose some weight, and then you get taken off the path by a distraction, which is maybe a woman that starts to like you now that you got fit, and then you start to get fat again. How funny that happens to almost everybody. Or you got a new job and you make more money, and then you get distracted. Instead of investing it to make your life easier for the future, you spend your money. Now you're stuck. It's called lifestyle creep. So now you're keeping up with the Joneses. You want the nicer car, the nicer house, the nicer whatever, the more vacations. So the more money you make, the less actually hits your account. Now you're spending what you're earning. All of these are behaviors. All of these are mentalities. Those rich people were in your very same position. They just decided to wait and delay gratification. I will save all this money to eventually start a business. I will save all this money to invest in some stocks. Because it doesn't feel good to invest in stocks. Because what does a stock do for you? But if I go out for a party and drink and, unlimited tap beer and, f off with my friends and do some drugs or whatever else, spend money on some stupid whores that don't like me, that feels good. I'm getting my money's worth, is what you tell yourself. What money's worth are you getting? Because you're going to wake up a decade later in the same dead-end shitty job with the same shitty-looking body, wondering why life is so unfair, and you can't even see you're the one who authored your own destiny. Because you keep repeating the same shit. This is a mold that you have to break out of. If you come in here talking about some dude, like this is how low vibrational it is. Like you're just operating on the bare minimum survival. If you find it interesting to even bring up there's guys struggling to wake up in the military, if that even interests your mind, as if that's like some conversation that, piques your interest somehow, bro, you're way at the bottom. You're scraping. You're struggling. You're wasting valuable brain power that you have on the solutions you need to be finding to get in a better position in life. Who cares about that in the military? I can't get up. Who gives a shit about that other dude who smokes weed? They're gay losers. Their life will be hell. They can't even get up on time. That guy can't stop putting a pen in his mouth. It's pathetic. You can't surround yourself with pathetic people. You heard about it. Next. Don't have time for that. Hey, bro, I'm on a mission here. How do I make money? I don't want to struggle. And I'm on the clock. This AI shit is scary. Hundreds of thousands, millions of people already losing their jobs in white collar. You don't think you could be next? What happens when the demand dries up? The second, third, fourth order effects. Maybe your business goes under because there's just not enough people buying product anymore for whatever company you're working with. Maybe you get automated away. Charles drives a truck. What if the trucks all get automated in 5 years and he's not ready to bounce? He hasn't spent the last 5 years planning to get out of the trucking business. So you wake up one day and sorry, don't need you. Tesla brought all these fleets out. So now we're doing all these loads. You weren't prepared because you're gooning off to random shit on the internet that doesn't matter. Random information in your head. I'm not saying this to like beat you guys down. I'm trying to say this, that there's urgency here. You are against the clock. Quite literally, every day you lose on this shit, you're never getting back. You can't buy back time, guys. Literally, time is the most singular, most like epically valued thing you have. It's finite. You can become a billionaire tomorrow. They all want to buy their time back. They can't. Nothing gives you your time back. So why are we wasting it on stupid shit? You could waste money you can get. So you can even, logically, you could explain to yourself and make the case, well, I want that fancy car because I'll get more money in the future. I'm not going to let it stop me. And you could even logic away some shit. You can convince yourself, like, if I get the nice car, I wake up feeling nice every day when I drive to work. And if I feel good, I make good decisions. If I make good decisions, I make more money. That at least holds some logical framing. Like, that context works. So maybe you do wake up every day feeling like the big dick of the neighborhood, and you do get in your sports car and you do crush it at work, and you do sell 3 times as much because you're no longer faking it. You are the man. It feels like you're the man. You got the man's car and you're performing like the man. So you've become the thing you dreamed of being. Maybe you needed the car to get you there. Some people do need little trinkets to help the psychological transformation. That's at least congruent with the idea of improving yourself. But what do you do when you talk about sports, watching other men achieve things? What do you do when you're, thinking about why your boss just doesn't appreciate you when you're not thinking of a way out of a dead-end job? You know what I mean? How are you complaining about how you look in the mirror when you just had fast food the other day? So at what point does the loop stop and you start to go, oh yeah, I'm the problem. I need to fix this. I'm running out of time. I'm getting older, not younger. And it's harder to fix shit the older you get. Then you tack on responsibilities. God forbid we add family in there. A lot of us here don't have kids or a wife. Now imagine you add all that shit on there. That is more burden on your shoulders, less an ability to be malleable and adapt to the world because now you have responsibilities. So not only are you on the clock, but that clock is ticking quicker and quicker because some of you do have girlfriends. Some of you are getting married. Some of you are expecting children. Some of you already have kids and you already know that your time got cut already, that you lost a little bit of that flexibility had you not had a woman and kids. And now you're scrambling. Is that where you want to be left, feeling like you're scrambling? You're going to wake up a year from now scrambling, 5 years from now scrambling, 10 years from now with the kid? Oh, fuck, scrambling. Can't depend on this singular job. It's not enough. How do I make more money? Where do I get more money? Like, these are the questions that should be haunting you, almost obsessing about. How do I diversify my income? There's 10 different ways to make money. How can I at least hit on 2, 3? And this is where we talk about the AI shit because this is your master of the universe, essentially the perfect, what would you say, secretary, the perfect lawyer, the perfect code builder, the perfect agent, the perfect whatever. This thing is literally 100 people stacked into one program at the professional level can help your dreams come to life. You have the perfect assistant at your fingertips. And if you're not learning it day to day, I have guys that literally message me the most retarded question. I just downloaded Claude and I was talking to it about my sleep habits and then they run out of their limit because they're asking 50 questions. And I asked them, well, you're on the $20 plan. This is one example recently. This guy told me he ran out of tokens to talk to it, right? He had to wait another couple of hours, 4 hours or whatever it was. I'm looking at his conversation, bro. I told him, screenshot me that shit and send it to me. You know what it looked like? I'm having trouble sleeping. What can I do? Hits enter. Then it tells him, some shit like, it could be from dehydration. It could be like stress from work. It could be, he's like, yeah, I definitely have been stressed at work and I'm not sure how much water should I be drinking, and hits enter. And then goes down like that. He hasn't even finished his sleep conversation yet before he ran into the limits. It's like, I don't know how else to say this, but you can't be this retarded. You have to do better. If you are, for example, struggling with sleep, let's just say, let's say I'm struggling with sleep and I want to ask this bot some shit. I am this old. I get these many hours a night. This is my current schedule. This is what I'm currently eating. This is the medication I'm on, whatever, supplements, anything whatsoever. I live in this climate. I just moved from Romania, whatever I tell him everything. And this is what I've been feeling throughout the day. And then blah, 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 blah. And then he spits everything out. And then he tells me, let's dissect that stuff further. And then my next answer to him will be, again, a full paragraph detailing every single thing in my life out for him. Here's what was bothering me. Here's why I'm stressing out. Give me a solution for each one of these issues I'm having. My food, my diet is f***ed up. I know I've been busy. How do I plan my day? This is what I have to do throughout the day. And then for sleep at night, what's the best temperature? Tell me everything. Optimize my schedule for me. This is exactly how my day goes. You know what he does? He goes through exactly everything I do, and he churns out a cheat sheet of whatever the I need for optimal food, optimal sleep, optimal training, optimal work time throughout the day whenever I need it based on my needs. And I handle that in 2 prompts or less. You have to take this shit seriously. You can't be dicking around. Got other guys. I don't know where I read that. It's in the community somewhere. A dude was downloading Claude and he can't figure out how to use it for free. He won't even pay for a $20 subscription plan. Brother, what are you doing? This is literally the best $20 you could probably spend in your entire life. The guy won't even drop $20 for just 1 month just to test it out, guys. $20 one time. You're asking questions like, can't see, you know, how do I use this for free or whatever. You got to spend a little money to make some money. You can't just churn water out of a rock. Everybody starts somewhere. You got to put a little in to get a little out. Put a little more in, get a little more out. That's just the law of the universe. You don't get to put in nothing and get everything. So you have to be willing to invest in yourself. Instead of the beers, instead of the football games, soccer, whatever instead of the shitty food, be willing to invest in yourself a little more. You'll start to get more out of life. I'll let you guys jump in before I keep going off hard. But a wake-up call nonetheless.
Oh, yeah, man. That's crazy. The last thing you said too. Oh, sorry about that, Ava. I was saying the last part you said is just like, that's crazy that you don't even want to spend that much money on Claude. It's $20. Like, I've spent way much more money on like software that's honestly helped a lot more even before all this AI came out. Just came out. It's just crazy, like how much people do not want to invest in anything that can actually help them get better. But like, that's just me. Just like,
it's
honestly,
not that they don't want to invest. It's probably they don't have the money to. So he probably doesn't have $20 to his name to spend on this.
No, that's bullshit.
He just wants to be pacified.
No, bullshit. Bullshit.
I'm
bro.
sorry. Sorry.
That's never the
case.
Bro,
sorry.
Literally, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. Screw it. I was coming on this call today actually to give you guys a recap. The last time I was here is about maybe 3-4 years ago. One of the original crew that signed up. Back when we had Discord, we were still Tribe of Men and all that good stuff. I was here for like girl problems the original time. I couldn't find a girlfriend to settle down with. But 2 days ago, I called my family and kind of cut them all off. And it was going back to that topic of seeing how the different minds work. Because thankfully, for a couple of years, I was adopted by my English teacher who came to my home country back in the Caribbean. She was the ex-district attorney of Boston. And so I got to see a little bit of that, how those different worlds worked. Like her husband's father was knighted by Queen Elizabeth. He worked for her directly. It was mind-blowing shit. She was making like $500,000 a year. It was life-changing. However, I realized that it was the mindset she had. I was 14 years old when she took me in. And within like a month or so, we had made like a rap sheet of how I would make $1 million within the first 3 years of getting my veterinary science degree. It was insane. That fell through, but the lessons kind of stuck with me, the mindset thing. A couple of days ago, I ended up speaking to my sister because, quick recap, I was homeless for like maybe just over 3 years, even when I was joining the community originally. I joined the community because I was like, damn, I need some help. So I found these guys online, and Bo was just starting to stream, man, way back when. I was like, these people seem to have a good mindset. I'm going to join them in. Even then, Bo, when I was doing the girl problem talk, I was homeless at that time. No one knew because I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'm homeless, but I won't bitch about it. So went to the shelter, a bunch of stuff happened, kept my head on, grinded for like 3 years, ins and outs. Family wouldn't help me, but during that time, I still had responsibilities to said siblings and other people in my family. And they're like, oh, can you help us? I'm like, guys, can I help you? I'm literally homeless. And I bullshit you not, guys. I woke up next to people getting stabbed to death next to me, and they couldn't do anything about it. I saw at least 17 people OD right next to me because the beds just change. I mean, the beds are the same, people just come and go. It was insane shit. Doesn't matter. I could have said I didn't have the money to go on application or find this, or I kept my gym membership all the same. I was making zero money. I was going into debt just to get the basic necessities of going. And I'm thinking, okay, do the basic necessities, but whatever. It'll be worth it in the long run. That was the investment. The investment was, I need sanity, I need closure, I need something that will keep me on the right path to keep going forward. All of that to say, I come around 3 years later, in November, finally got my own place, rent appropriate. I'm living pretty decent now. Small box, but it's got everything I need. A beautiful freaking little studio.
Congratulations.
Said sibling. Thank you, bro. I never started watching the videos. I never called them. I'm like, damn, this shit is pop. I'm like, all right, cool. Like, I'm doing this shit. It was Cyber-Cybernetics, 12 Rules for Life. I read them shits about 15 times each. I was like, it's not getting me, but something in here works. It worked for him. Let's do it. Over and over and over. And the biggest takeaway was that shaping of the mindset. It was like, I now see myself as someone who owns their own freaking space. That was it. I was like, this is what's happening. Oh, if you're homeless. I'm like, no, don't worry about it. Because I would go out. Bro, I was smashing chicks as a broke homeless dude. I was getting interviews with folks from freaking different corporations. Like, damn, I'm like, bro, how? Because I am that person. No, I just happen to be homeless at this time. I'm not a homeless person. I am someone who was on the path to get my shit. Boom, 3 years later, I got it. Didn't tell anyone. Like, all right, cool, I'm in the way now. Mind you, all this time, they're still looking for, can you help me here and there? I'm like, all right, cool, whatever. Anyhow. So, yeah, dude, I'm sorry, EJ. You're right, brother. Anyhow. They have the money. It's just they don't think it's worth it to put their money into said thing at the same time. Because it's like I've got the money. I just don't want to put it in here. It's not worth it to me. So it was like, oh, what's the free shit? Forget about the free shit, guys. They've got the money. It's just not worth it to them. End of story.
Yeah, like Piers.
Sorry, the tirade.
You're good, bro. You're good.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's just like, because let me just tack on to what you were saying right there, Ava, about that. And it's just like, that's why I was saying before, it's just like, I was agreeing with you saying that, yes, people do have the money. It's just like what I've learned so far, like, because I have a new sales job from just like a new sales job that I've just been working for a little bit. And one of the things that I've already learned is that people will not spend that money because they have not been emotionally tied to that investment. And it sucks to say, as much as like we could just like, I could just literally tell people this is good for this, this is good for this, this is good for this, this is good for this. Logically, if you do not have that emotional hook to get them to spend the money on it, they will not spend the money on it. And it's just like, and in the time and place that we're in today, like in this era, it's just like a lot of the choices that people make is purely emotional off of just what they eat, what they choose to consume. That's why they're not that's why most people now these days aren't producing. They're just consuming because everything they've consumed has given them some kind of emotional tie-in, some emotional investment. Most people are only going to invest because something emotionally, like something was able to emotionally hook them in. And that's the thing that sucks. Yeah. So it's just like, I can like dump so much information on someone about this is good for this is good for this is good for this is good for this, because like there's like a bunch of guys, like I was just like, well, I lost 85 pounds on keto, and like targeted keto is just like, this is what you need to do, this is what you need to do, this is what you need to do. Only had like 2 out of like 7 people go through with it. The rest of them is just like they're still eating the same shitty diet, not exercising. So like I gave them a gym because like I have like a gym that's like 5 minutes away from me. It's an MMA gym that they can go just like, again, you can go like sock like all your issues out on like a sandbag do what you got to do, But it's just like, no, they're just not emotionally invested. And that's the thing that I've learned so far from sales. You have, in this day and age, to get some people moving in that direction, they have to be emotionally invested.
Mm-hmm.
It sucks, but that's how a lot of people are geared today.
And you got to think of it like this too. You got to be, it could even come from a selfish thing. It's like, how do you get yourself invested in yourself, bro? Be like, what's crazy is they're not even selfish with their own time. They're literally okay giving it away. So what's insane about, hey, when you need to be emotionally invested in what, your own future? Like, how crazy does that sound? You have to explain to somebody why they should be emotionally invested in themselves, in their future and outcome in life. It's like, really, I have to spell you out what the fuck it looks like for the next 20, 30 years if you don't? Like, that doesn't scare you by default? Like, you never thought 30 years into the future? Like, what does your life look like if you just continue down this path? Literally, nothing changes. You're just doing the same shit, same kind of job, same kind of money for 30 more years of your life. Like, that doesn't scare you? I don't know. I guess for some people, I don't want to make excuses, but the only thing my brain logically can tell me is how this might work for some people is that they were exposed to so many dopamine hits from porn, from video game, from cheap, fast sex, from drugs, from God knows what else in society, that they've lost even the ability to get excited. They've numbed themselves to the point where they can't even get excited about their own futures, let alone anything else. So you need a stronger hit. You need that hit from coke, from meth, from like dangerous sex with random bitches, from, degenerate lifestyle. Like, you need something. Whatever your baseline for getting excited is, surely isn't seen in the future in the next couple of years. And that's the problem with this dopaminergic life that we're all living. Everything's a quick hit right now. Phone notification, emails, all that shit is a dopamine hit. People often have like ghost sounds in their head when, for example, if you played a video game for a long time, or you're on a chat app like a Snapchat or whatever for a long time constantly, sometimes you hear a notification go off or some shit from that thing that didn't actually happen. That's your brain tricking you, wanting more.
Yeah, I remember the articles that they came out with that too. It's just like, and it's just, I honestly, like, the scary thing to me is like, just even like, just looking at that is just, instead of like, because like, this is something I'm already doing with my dad, because like, he already has like a litany of health issues, because like, he just did not want to take care of his health the same way. Like, and this was something like, even before I lost my mom, it's just like, we were both trying to get, like, me and my brother were trying to get my parents to do just to take care of their health a little bit more. And it's just like, instead of like, what is it, just exciting people, like, we've got, like, I've started more like scaring some people into do it. And like, and it's just like, because my brother didn't, one of my brothers didn't like it, because it's just like, oh, it's just like, it's almost to the point of manipulation. But I'm just like, okay, but he's getting healthier now.
Yeah.
He's eating like the healthier food I'm making for him now. It's
fear
just like, because fear is powerful. It's just like, I honestly think that's the only emotion that I've seen work successfully, because just getting people excited for it is not good enough. Is like, that's where like it's a grim thing to like, it's a grim thought in my mind. But I told my sister today, is just like, we've got so used to like having something that could save us from our situations, that like, basically like we have like a coping mechanism, right? Coping, like, I kind of view it to the point where it's just like, some coping mechanism is kind of like some people's like heroes in a situation, to where we lost the fear that a villain in life gave in us to try to survive. So it's just like, that's why I was just like, okay, so if I can't get them excited, I have to scare them into it. Because I honestly think fear is the only, that's what I've seen so far, is like, fear is the only thing that's really just shocks someone out of all the dopamine rushes that they've been getting from eating fast food, porn, video games, like whatever. Like,
there's
whatever
a study.
it is, like,
there's a study that they did on a bunch of hyper successful people, and then they found out what they all had in common. And this was the single thing that they all shared in common. Not the 4 a.m. waking up, not the discipline, none of that. Every single person that was successful had these two things. One was motivated by the end goal of whatever they're trying to reach. So they would place themselves in what it would look like to be at the end, step on the podium and get what they wanted. But then critically at the same time, fear behind them, pushing them forward. So they're running forward by themselves to get to their goals because it excites them. But also there's something they're afraid of behind them that pushes them. Even when their excitement to run forward stops, the fear keeps them going. And what the fear was maybe failure or a bad childhood or some abusive relationship or ending up destitute, whatever it is. They had fear pushing them and excitement pulling them all at the same time. That's the only thing they found. And this was a study with like thousands of wealthy people who've accomplished all their goals, all that, had huge financial wealth. All of them shared that exact thing. I was excited about this in the future and I was afraid about this in the past. And that was it. All the other shit you've ever learned, bullshit. None of that ever mattered. If you don't have those two forces pulling you forward in tandem, you're probably not going to succeed. And I could say when I was reading that, it was kind of like it left my jaw open because I was like, holy fuck, that's how I operate. I am afraid of things in the past that I'm running away from that keep me going even if I can't see the future too clearly. I'm no longer motivated for that goal I had. And then it's like it ebbs and it flows. Sometimes I'm super excited about the future. Other times I'm not. Maybe days are harder, stress. A lot of things happen in life that makes the future a bit more fuzzy for you. You can't see as clear as you used to. But that one thing that's there pushing me behind when I don't feel like doing anything, whatever, is the fear. Yeah, but I could end up like this. This could happen. I could be a victim again. This could happen to me. What if my parents need me and I can't, help them financially, let's say? What if they get sick and I don't have the money for the procedure they need? Something like that. I built the fear in behind me so that it's always pushing me forward, even if I don't feel excited about where I'm going. Most of the time I do feel excited, but sometimes you don't. And that's just the reality. But that one feeling that stays with you, with everybody, is fear. Fear is a whole different animal. Now, fear can stop a lot of people from achieving dreams because they put it in front of them instead of putting it behind them. Fear is to be used. It's harnessed. It's another emotion, like rage. It can fuel you forward, but rage could also destroy you if it's pointed inward, self-destructively. All these are just emotions that men need to learn how to harness in the correct positions in their life. And that goes back to basically to what I'm saying. And if anybody wants to jump in about that mental shift, if you want to share about your life, or because we start off the conversation talking absolute slop, you know what I mean? Like complete shit that, and after this conversation, probably looking back on it, thinking like, Jesus Christ, he's right. What was I doing? Or maybe you don't. Or maybe this gave you a little bit of that urgency that's needed. But for anybody else, feel free, guys, jump in.
What have you done in the past?
For a minute there, I got lost for a minute.
Be productive. Name it.
Yep.
Did you do anything productive over this weekend?
Right.
Did you build anything? Like, where did your time and effort go? Not even your money, just your time and your effort.
Yeah, no open-ended shit either. When you're making your goals, you cannot visualize these things. You can't see yourself in the future if it just, I want to lose weight. Like, cool story, bro. What does that even mean? I want to lose exactly 80 pounds. And what does a person my height and weight look like with 80 pounds lost in muscle? Burn that picture in your fucking brain. The striations, the muscles, everything. And then that's you. You just superimpose your face on his body. That's what you're striving for. You have to be able to see it. You can't just, I want to make a lot of money. What the fuck does that even mean? It means nothing. You're tricking yourself again. That's slop. That's slop talk. I want to make money. I want to be good. I don't have to worry about anything. That means nothing, bro. What does that even mean? If you have a goal, it has to be defined. And what did you do this past week to get towards the goal closer, inch by inch? Anything? And if not, you have to retool your mentality again. Because these rich people, they know exactly where they're going and what they're doing. Down to the T. That bitch was eating half a squash. I don't know how many calories are in a full squash, but I can tell you half is not shit. She's practically ingesting air. She's 40 on her birthday. Still won't break her diet. Crushing the bodies of 20-year-olds. Half her age. The men, same shit. They discard anything that doesn't bring them any benefit. No conversations were had. Not one conversation I heard that day that didn't help any of them in any way. It wasn't even like pure boasting. They're just comparing their achievements, clocking them, and then putting that in the back in some drawer in their mind to like, this is the level we must achieve. This is the new standard. Hey, Bill just made $2 million off this deal. I got to go harder. So they're constantly sharpening themselves in that compare. They're not tearing each other down. They were complimenting each other. They were saying like, good job. God damn, that's good. Hey, the market's been good for you, huh? You've been crushing it, blah, blah, blah. Egging each other on. They're building each other up and competing with one another. What do you have when you talk to a bunch of low-level men? Ah, bro, you starting a business? Ah, come on. What do you know about business? Oh, you're going to go diet, dude? What? Shit. What do you know about working out, dude? What's the last time you went to the gym? Everybody shits on you, dude. Everybody for everything. Nobody is positive from the get-go, not even your own family. You'll notice this. That's the hardest one to swallow, is that your own blood does this without even knowing it. They don't mean to hurt you. This is how they were brought up. They were brought up to be poor. They were brought up in the poor mentality. It's already part of the framework of their, identity. They're gone. It's not your job to change them. You can give them the knowledge, and if they want to change, they will change, right? You could take a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. It's what it is. Share the wisdom, but I'm not pulling you up behind me. You're dead weight. So if you put in effort, I'll help you as long as the effort is there. It's like the same with the guys here, dude. How many times are you going to repeat the shit over and over again, struggling over and over again? I'm telling you, the amount of stuff that we talk in here in these conversations and the little gems that are dropped, like Philip's building a trading bot. It's already executing the trade.
It's actually done. I built a prediction market arbitrage trading bot over this weekend. It's running simulations and testing right now.
There you go.
What the are you guys doing?
There you go.
I can make a website in about 15 minutes that I could probably charge 8 to 10 grand for using Claude.
Literally.
Like what the are you doing? Like seriously, most of the topics that get discussed here when Bo doesn't have a topic is usually something skewed negative. Either bitching and moaning about something or complaining how society is a certain way. Like who gives a fuck? What does that have to do with you? Focus on you and getting yourself forward. Again, if you need to fix some issues, I get that. You need some guidance fixing some issues, I get that. Should not be a repeat conversation.
Yep. Amen. It's getting quiet. Guys are introspective. That's me.
Literally, like, what do you need? Like, I have a list of shit on a board. It's literally written there.
You can't escape it.
Yeah, no, like I had to change that up myself. Like instead of the board, I do Google Calendar. I cannot sit here and just like every single time I have something like going, hey, you need to do this, because like I tested that to like 2 months ago, because just like I didn't have like a decent schedule like January and February, and I was just
time I walked
that part. But over door. You want to check it out?
Where? DMs. Hey, what's going on, guys? How's everybody doing? Hope you guys have had a good first half of your week. Now it's live. We are finally live. Let me get some of the supers. Thanks, guys. World's a crazy place, yeah.
Medic sent $5. Oh, come on, bro. Start off with welcome back, tribe. Been here
welcome
since
back,
2020.
Welcome back, tribe. We are live. I keep forgetting. Sorry, bro. I keep forgetting. Yeah. I need to fix that. I keep forgetting.
At MLRS7 we sent $2. How do I make my feminine brother to be more mask?
I don't know your home situation, bro. That's a crazy question to ask. How did he get feminine in the first place? Yeah. Oh, that's, yeah. Some of these questions are like,
At me Verda sent
I just want to be rich.
Oh yeah, get ready for some real live poop emoji now, double exclamation mark emoji.
Yes, this is live. Thank you. This is really live. Yes. Good to see you again, bro.
Travel lover for life sent $10. What you are saying is patently WRLNG. Most of the super wealthy inherited their money. They didn't get it from their mentality. Tons of wealthy people regularly do cocaine and are alcoholics.
Who gives a shit? I'm not talking about super wealthy. What are you talking about? The top 1% who inherit their money over generations? I'm talking about self-made millionaires, people who came up from nothing. They have a mentality. And certain rich people whose kids actually became something too, not just mooched off their parents. I like how people try to always discount your argument with like some extreme example, you know? Straw manning it and shit. Well, I know some really rich people that do cocaine and are nothing. Yeah, well, and I know 30 more than you that actually made themselves into millionaires. Like, so many people want to discount everything in the world, especially when we're talking about dating or business building or being an entrepreneur yourself. Somebody's going to come through, bro, the naysayers, like you saw in the video earlier. Oh my God, bro, it's not worth trying in this society. What's the point in dating? I don't want to start a business. This is too hard. Okay, great. I know 90%. They'll give you the statistic. 90% of businesses fail. 90% of businesses fail, brother. And so what? Is that going to stop me? I'm still going to start a business. Like, who cares? You have to understand, man. There's never a perfect moment to start. Even the people around you will hold you down. Your own family, your own blood. Forget about your friends. You think you're going to have cheerleaders? In this world, you're the only cheerleader for yourself. Honestly, no one gives a shit about you. You're a man. You have no inherent value. Your balls are worth nothing. It's different with women. Women give birth. We're supposed to protect women as men. They have a different unspoken position in society. They're valued differently simply for existing. One woman can give birth to one kid. A man can populate an entire country. That's why we're biologically worthless. We have to build worth. No one's going to give you a handout. You can't turn 18, have a spicy Instagram, and then a rich guy marries you and your life is set. It doesn't work that way for us. You have to put in work. You have to go on your journey. It's like I told you, you're a video game character. This stuff takes work. A lot of men are looking at the world today, and I understand you're dejected, but that's also a trap. I get it. It's harder, but it's been much harder. You have to, it's all relative, right? You need perspective, guys, especially for the young ones listening or somebody struggling to get themselves out of bed. It used to be much harder for certain generations. You could have been part of the generation that went through World War I, then a Great Depression, and then World War II. You could have fought in 2 world wars and survived a Great Depression with breadlines and shit, like, and people literally starving in the street. Do you know that your position in life right now could get way worse and probably will get harder in the near future, in the next 5 to 10 years? Life's not going to get easier. We're not on the up and up. Society isn't getting healthier. So you're in a position right now where it's like, the best time to start is literally today, because tomorrow will be worse. It's guaranteed. We don't have good leadership. Our economy is stagnant. We're entering into stagflation. The markets are manipulated. I just saw that gold dropped like 4 or 5%, which has never happened before. Well, probably has happened, but not when we're in a state of war. When gold and silver are the commodities you run to protect your wealth. We're in a state of war right now with energy insecurity. And check this out. Gold is down. Silver is down. All the markets are manipulated. Are the banks trying to get in and get a better position so they can enrich themselves while gold rubber bands back up? This is weird. We're living in this is a scam. Society is a Ponzi scheme. When we got off the gold standard as the final straw for the American empire, now they print these fake dollars, this currency, this fiat, as much as they want. Congress was asked for $200 billion by the Defense Department. $200 billion. I did the math. That's $1,800 to $2,600 of your own money in your pocket. If the government decided to give us all net contributing taxpayers $200 billion, you would have a stimmy check for $2,600. How well could you benefit from a good old stimmy check that you were promised anyway? Trump said we were going to get a tariff dividend. We never got that, right? So $2,600 could help a lot of people out. For some, it's nothing. It's a drop in the bucket. You're doing well. But $2,600 is a big difference, and that's per person. So if you and your wife each got $2,600, that's help. That's real help. Instead, we're just bombing some random country, which our own intelligence agency head told us was not a threat to us. Anyways, don't want to make this one political. We're chilling out on the Iran stuff today. Going to cover some funny stuff. The fraud in California, the looksmaxing weird shit going on, and some other stuff in there. But in general, for the young men, like, my messaging isn't, I'm not trying to put you down. I'm trying to wake you up with some urgency. Guys, you're running out of time. If you think it's hard now, it gets worse. If you don't think it can get any worse than it already is, just look back a few generations to the silent generation. Just look what would happen in 2 world wars plus a Great Depression. It can get much worse. And it will. Because it's happened before. It's a boom bust cycle. Our money's not worth anything. So why not start today? You actually don't even have a choice. You need to take out the choice from the equation. You don't have a choice. You have to start today. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Start learning the AI. I'll get to all the supers right now, Russell. Don't worry. Start learning all the AI stuff. Start learning how to code up. You don't have to know how to code. You just got to learn how to talk to the AI. You could code up websites. In one of the last calls yesterday, one of the guys finished his website and his print-on-demand store, and a guy in the chat, one of the voices you heard, literally remade his website in the span of like 5 minutes and actually made it better with Claude, and it was looking nice. He redid the elements there, and most of that stuff was inferred. He just said, hey, here's the website, the original, remake this, and it remade it, and it made it like fresh. The design took it down to a more simplistic, clean looking website. Dude, it takes 5 minutes. You can change it doesn't have to be sexy. Your idea doesn't have to be grand. It just has to serve people and enough to make a business out of it. Like I said before in, I can't remember where, maybe it's in one of the private calls or whatever. It doesn't have to be a sexy idea. Like, one of the ideas I had was for doctors. We were speaking because the guy whose voice I cut off at the very end there, he's a doctor in the community. And my idea was, it just came off the top of my head, intake form powered by AI. Thanks, brother. It's an intake form. Imagine that for doctors when they're intaking patients, that they can talk to and tell them all their problems, right? Ask them all the issues they're having. And so by the time the doctor walks into the actual office, the room, he already has from his AI the exact conversation, all the points needed, like where it hurts, why it hurts, when it started hurting, area. So the doctor doesn't have to come in the room and ask you, okay, tell me what's wrong. So it's an AI-powered intake form for doctors. This is a multi-million-dollar idea right here. Somebody will build it, because you can sell it to each little clinic. It doesn't have to just be doctors. It's anybody with patients. Every single clinic, if they have a AI-powered intake form, which makes it very easy to sign up with online, and you tell your doctor your problems, and then your doctor knows everything that's wrong with you live. And by the time you walk in, dude, imagine how this makes everything straightforward for doctors and their patients, or any other specialists with clients. These intake forms work for any business, honestly, that just takes clients in general. So anyways, that's just a little gist of it. I know society is getting hard, but you can't get stuck in this mentality that I'm just going to give up. The give up shit guarantees your life will be hard forever until your dying breath. Who wants to live like that? Nobody. Literally nobody. And I see a lot of that. It's almost like a demoralization campaign. It's like the shit I heard with Piers Morgan. You know, that video where Professor Yang came on and said, when men lose their OnlyFans, a revolution will happen. As if, like, how disrespectful. Men have been reduced to things will change when you take away their porn. Really? Really, bro? When a man can't jack off, the society will have a revolution. That's how gimped you are? That's what a fucking goy you've turned into? Touching your pee-pee is the only thing from society burning down? Are you kidding me? This is what men have been reduced to in modern society. Just give them porn and they will be pacified. Oh, wow. So like being broke didn't do it? Not being able to buy a home didn't do it? Getting taxed to death didn't do it? Women being manipulated, hate you didn't do it? Society wanting you dead because you're a man, or if you're white or whatever, didn't do it yet? What will do it for you when you finally wake up? I can't touch my dick today. My imagination is not good enough. I'm going to revolt. And all the fucking Redditors, all of these dudes that look like Redditors, all the fat asses will all go en masse on the streets, guys, and they're going to burn down cities. And they're going to grab the AKs and the M4s, and they're going to go shoot all the drones out of the sky, and they're going to protest and overrun the White House because of my pee-pee. Because I can't talk to my OnlyFans girlfriend. It sounds so stupid. Do you see you're being demoralized? Do you see that they think you're a joke? They think you're a fucking clown. You're a goy. Pay your taxes. Here's your little porno. Here. And we'll take that away too, and you will do fucking nothing. You'll do fucking nothing. We already took everything else away. Huh. And I see them in the comments say, why? If they try to take porn away, porn's the only thing that's keeping this society together. What the fuck, bro? How big is your nose? What are you talking about? We didn't need porn for thousands of years. Are you shitting me? We banned porn in plenty of countries. They actually started flourishing. Yeah, I'm starting to see, bro. I'm getting deep in the matrix, and I'm starting to see all the psyops everywhere, all at once. Shit is crazy. Let me get through the supers, and we'll start reacting to some things.
Travel Lover for Life sent $10.
Oh, we already
what
did
you
that
are
one.
saying is patently... Travel Lover for Life sent $10.
The hell? What's going on with these?
Travel Lover for Life sent $10. What you are saying is
what the fuck? Alright, I think I clicked that refresh too many times.
Travel Lover for...
Working on it, boys. This fucking Streamlabs is retarded. I'm trying to see if I could speed up the skipping through these.
At Anthonyman 8008 sent $2. Listen to demonic agents desperate for us not to tribe.
Thanks, brother. Boomer moment. Yeah, I gotta update this shit. Streamlabs is ass. So many ads. Go on Kick, bro. It's free. There's no ads on Kick. Use AI to make a better Streamlabs. I probably should, and honestly, because they're fucking dropping the ball.
At Fresh Media 15 cent $4.99. Hey Bo, I just learned recently that chocolate milk comes from chocolate cows and that prescription glasses has medicine in them. Isn't that crazy?
It is crazy, isn't it? It is crazy. 23% of Americans think chocolate milk comes from chocolate cows, you guys. You think you're voting your way out of this, huh?
Russell Adler sent $5. Bo, your advice has been ringing in my ear like an angry jellyfish. I've literally started implementing changes in my daily routine that I haven't done in years. Your down-to-earth response hit differently, no BS. Always enjoy your content. Keep it up.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
At MLRS7 we sent $2. I am 5 feet 2 inches.
Go to Asia.
Did I get leg lengthening surgery?
Go to Asia, bro. Get a 4'11" Filipina. That's all you could do. Let's just be real. Unless you find some tall Amazonian that's into short kings, which is very rare. It'll be a fetish either way. So just go get your 4'11" chick. Or somewhere in South America if you prefer Latino.
Adam 911 sent $5. Or you get the taxes comment. When I've said how much my businesses make, I always get the taxes comment. It's pitiful they don't try because of taxes.
I hate that one the most, bro. I'm not trying to pay all these taxes. Okay, dude. You're not trying to pay tax. You pay taxes already. You're taxed for whatever you do.
$2. At MLRS7 we kinda run for you. Get money bag emoji. Den ling ling.
All right. Thanks, bro.
Iago sent $5. Hey Bo, I came up with a plan in the future and I wanted your opinion. Would I be able to speak with you in private?
DM me, bro. If you're in the private community, just send me a DM. Or an email. The email gets spammed with shit, so I might not see it. But, yeah. Nice. Big Red, thanks for the gifted, brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate you guys. Everybody over on Kick, appreciate. Like it, Kick, guys.
K1
there's no
Switch
ads.
1738 sent $5. LOLWTF, are you talking about needing adult content? I just jacked off in the shower minutes ago.
What a gangster. It blows my mind, dude. Yes, porn is the only thing keeping this country together. Fucking hell. Can you imagine that? Saying that shit out loud and the men are actually believing it? Yeah, you take this away. It's the last straw for me.
At Anthonyman 8008 sent $2. Listen to demonic agents desperate for us not to tribe.
Yeah, find your peoples. We're talking about, I'll put that video up too in the second channel. We were talking about that segregation, black and white community, just every community in general, ethnicity, race, all that stuff. It's a very interesting call. It gets pretty real, dude.
At Anthonyman 8008 sent $2. Listen to demonic agents desperate for us not to tribe.
Oh, we already got that one. Okay, I think I was repressing that one a million times. Yeah, we'll watch this one first. We'll get into the Piers thing too. Don't worry, guys. I have the Piers one lined up. I have this and the fraud in California. We'll get into a bunch of stuff. Yeah. Thanks, Jim. I'm glad I'm live too, bro. I like this. Who's your best waifu? I learned what a waifu was not too long ago, guys. What's going on, C-Money? I'm doing really well, dude. Yeah, I learned what a waifu was recently when the guys were talking about it.
At MLRS7 we sent $2. Will you ever do meet and greets?
Yes. That's what we're working on. So I forgot to say, one of the guys in our community, the doctor, he bought a 7-bedroom hotel in El Salvador. And I'm working on stuff here in northern Arizona. But eventually I'd love to do not just meet and greets, but actual, I wouldn't even call it a retreat, but I like to go hiking. And North Arizona is beautiful. I want to take 15, 20 guys. We go on a huge hike, do 20 miles, multiple waterfalls, shit like that. It's so dope. Shooting too. Shooting would be cool too, actually, yeah. It's all planned, guys. It just costs a lot of fucking money. I mean, we could technically rent a place. It'd be much cheaper. Just get enough guys.
Hunter01 sent
you could do it that way.
$5. You're a positive force in the world, Bo. Thanks. Keep it
Thank
up.
You. Appreciate that, man. Gracias.
At Melvin Hill Sci-5 TC sent $4.99. Thank you for what you do. I think what you are doing is spreading a message for good. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you for supporting. Yeah, it's interesting. Some people receive the message. It depends on their mental state. If I tell you to get up and try, they're in that negative mental state and they think it's like an attack on them. It's a very feminine way of thinking. Women are like that. They take everything personal. So that anger and that kind of energy you have closes the opportunities around. You can't see them. When you've given up, when you're in that doomer mentality, even if opportunity slaps you in the face, you can't get to it. You can't see it. It's sad. It blinds you. The negativity blinds you from opportunity. They'll learn the hard way. Let me make an adjustment here, and then we will get started. There we go. I'm just trying to get to the supers really quick, and then I'll leave them up live. Apparently when you queue them up, this happens. They come in like shit.
At MLRS7 we sent $10. Can you watch some Rehab Room this stream?
What is that? I'll look it up right now before we start this. Rehab Room? Which video specifically? Sub 5 cope tier list? No bread in circuses, riots began. Yeah. Oh yeah. I have to actually let it alert.
At Heliamaker sent $20. I'm 33 liters. 4 years ago I looked on the Ngane mentality. From my second retirement account, I made an investment account. Learned trading in 2 to 3 years. Within a span of 3 years I made a 6x on a low 5 figures account.
Whoa. Fuck yeah, dude. Congratulations. That is no joke. That's good money right there. I wish I could have young guys understand
$10. Within a span of 3 years I made a 6x on a low 5 figures account.
Young guys don't understand, dude. It's hard to get them to understand that shit. That's so cool, though. Appreciate you, brother. Oh, you gave twice for that? Endgame? Where's this one at? Let me see.
At MLRS7 we sent $2. Rehab room watch hard work is overrated.
Hard work is overrated. Is that recent? Hard work. Hard work is overrated. All right.
Heliamaker sent $20. I'm 33 liters. 4 years ago I looked on the Ngane mentality. From my second retirement account.
All right. Yeah, you gave in 2 times, brother. Yeah. But appreciate you. Okay, here's the new one. This one. Hey man, just want to say thanks. You promoted using AI.
$10. Within a span of 3 years I made a 6x on a low 5 figures account. Now with silver recently I made a 4x. Now with a buddy we are investing into AI with on-the-job recording similar to LinkedIn.
You see? Ideas galore. It works. That guys, the opportunities are everywhere with this AI shit. You just have to use it properly. Because if you guys speed my growth in coding, also crazy world we live in, when intern must have a minimum 1 year experience. Yeah, or like 5 years. You have to have a minimum of 5 years experience just to do decent applications for a starter company, like a starter position in the company. What? Okay, dude. All right, I think we're almost caught up here. If I missed your super chat, let me know. Bo pushed me into looking into AI for designs on architecture. It's amazing how AI can perform renderings within minutes. Total game changer. Yeah, this stuff, I talk about it from the creator's perspective because I have an entrepreneurial mindset. So I use it to build things that don't exist. But it can 10x your productivity in your life right now, whatever job you're doing. So a lot of people are using it at work right now to be 10 times the employees. It helps with everything. I don't know if this conversation, I don't think you guys have heard this conversation. Maybe I said this on the stream before, but I've used my genome with the AI to give myself a genetic diet, like a genetic appropriate diet. You know, that stuff used to cost tens of thousands of dollars, you guys, that you could do it for $20 a month. I found out everything about my genetics on a genomic level. I mean, I'm talking about, yeah. So I did talk about it just briefly. I know exactly what I'm susceptible to if I have problems with vitamin D, with iron, with warfarin, other drugs, folic methylation, all that stuff. You can find all this stuff out now. It doesn't cost you $20,000, $30,000 to get it all sequenced in. That's over with. That's just one of many uses. There's so many other guys. Yeah. Last fire chat. Yeah. So I don't think people on YouTube heard me talk about that stuff, but I have a diet that is sequenced, or I should say that's based off the sequencing of my DNA, which is so cool. I'm a mechanic. I use Claude to help me diagnose cars. Now I've gone from 75% hit rate to 98%, and people at work can't keep up with me. Yeah, it's such a good... I use it in the same way, like a tutorial. like a helpmate, you know? He's like my mentor. So if I'm doing something, I have no idea what I'm doing, I just ask it, okay, can you walk me through? Can you just walk me through? Step by step, I don't know what I'm doing. And it'll just step by step talk to me like I'm 5 years old, like I'm stupid and I never touched, I don't know, some insane program that's extremely difficult to use or whatever it is that you're doing. Hey, I've never picked up a hammer, bro, or a saw. How do I build a chair? Step by step, walk me through that shit. And also send me videos of other people on YouTube doing it. And he does it all. All of that stuff. The last conversation we had in the private community was, and this one's really interesting, it's what I'm thinking of doing, is 3D printing, but I've never done CAD, any 3D modeling design, anything like that. They have linked Claude into Fusion 360 CAD software. You can now talk to it and say, hey, build me a, what could you say? I don't know, a mug. Build me one of those cool looking mugs, right? The coffee cups with this design, the design of the logo of the channel, or a wolf, or lightning bolts, or Zeus, or whatever. And he will go in there, fully design it out, find the reference files of like, I'll throw in some images. Hey, superimpose this image on this mug. It's got to look like, you know, one of those ancient Viking cups, stuff like that. Because I can't design that stuff. And it's also hooked up into Blender too. So you could use either Fusion and Blender or both, or it doesn't matter. And so you can make this design now and then have your 3D printer print it. And then you just tell it, hey, this part of the design didn't come through so well. Hey, this is the issue we're running. Hey, what printer settings do I need? What material should I be using? Here's the problem I'm having. And then it just walks you through, like, change your printer settings to this, use this exact type of whatever, plastic or whatever material you're using. And boom, it walks you through. And now you have a full design that you would have, it could have taken you years to learn this stuff. Years. And now you can do it in a span of a couple of days. You could just iterate a product out. And now you have a home printing business. And for example, on this channel, could be selling custom-made 3D printed badass designs on mugs that you can't find anywhere else because it's all custom homemade. They're like one of one. Amazing shit. It can be done today. The wall between you and an expert is gone, is what I'm trying to tell you guys. You're only limited by your imagination, the thoughts in your ideas. Any idea you have now can be put into the real world because of these tools, and they're getting better. Yeah. Okay. Am I missing any other chat? Let's see. I think we are caught up. Yes. Okay, cool. We're caught up. Thank you for the sends, brother. For the kicks. Oh, might have something for you in CAD in the next few weeks in the private chat. Wow. I believe we are
Adam
caught up.
911 sent $5.
Yeah.
I bought a storage unit at auction for $2,400. It had 2 3D printers in it. Using I'm printing appliance repair parts and selling them online.
Holy
I'll
shit.
have to sell them when I move at the end of the year.
Damn. That's a come up. Holy shit. That's a come up. The AI allows me to be able to map out $1 million deal with its out simulation perimeter that I set. AI is awesome. Dude, AI is amazing. It's beyond awesome. You buy storage units at auction like Storage Wars? I don't doubt it. You can come up with some. I don't know how people just leave all their shit in there like that when it has that kind of value.
Looksmaxing. We've all heard of it.
We'll start now. Let's get into this. All right. Appreciate everybody. Let's start. By the way, for those that want to watch without any ads or weird comment suppression, stuff like that, get on Kick. It's pinned in the YouTube comments or in the live chat. Appreciate everybody that's been getting mugs. Mine are being washed right now. Sorry, I don't have my mugs. I do have my shirt on, though. Make masculinity great again. The hats, thank you so much, everybody that's been tuning in, getting the hats and the shirts and all that stuff. I'll link that because some people ask where the hell to get some of this stuff. I'll link it in the chat before we start. So thank you guys for grabbing the merch. Supports the channel directly, of course. Working on making more cool stuff. You know, most of the designs are with AI, by the way. I'll use AI to make the designs. Yeah, like the Top Goy mug was AI designed, of course. And yeah, thank you so much. Hopefully got some cool, I have a bunch of ideas, a bunch of stuff coming down the pipe for that. So appreciate you guys. Everybody in the private community with the calls. If you haven't, guys, join the private community. It would be an honor to speak with a lot of you. Thank you for those that are already in there. You make the conversations very interesting. If we get more people in the chats, better. The conversations are great. And I hope you do like some of the stuff you hear that I put on here to like warm up the stream pretty much, the pre-show. You're only getting a slice of what the actual conversations are. I don't post the full conversation. I mostly cut them out. On school. All I do usually is post my portion of speaking, maybe 1 or 2 responses from the guys, and then there's a whole like 2 hours probably missing from there on top of that. And some conversations, I don't even put them up at all. So you guys are getting a sliver. It's like that picture of the iceberg. You're getting just the tippy top. So the conversations are cool, man. More perspectives are needed. And it's a lot of dudes that are not just guys coming in there broken learning shit, but there's a lot of men that got their shit together already. And it's awesome. Like I said, we got doctors in there. We got multimillionaires in there on a lot of other shit. We got dudes making 50, 60, 100K a month. Guys are using AI to like deploy crazy amounts of shit from their businesses, full on agent automations, custom trading bots. I mean, it's crazy shit. You get in there and you ask for some help and you really put in effort, like nobody minds helping you. You get in there and complain about girl problems and shit like that, bro, taste the barrel. I'm just saying. One and done, like you got issues, cool story, and then start fixing them. But if you're in there with a growth mindset and you really take to one of the guys and get mentored and all that shit, yeah, that's the private on school. Yeah, I'll post the link again. There you go. We do calls 3 times a week, Monday through Wednesday. So it's powerful to be in a community of like-minded people that are on the up and up. Some people are more financially secure than others, but yeah. What time is the call? I can repost all the calls in the community, but the calls are 1 p.m. West Coast time, I believe. We are changing... Are we changing the time at the end of March, correct? Daylight savings is happening? I think so. Anyways, let's get started with this.
Looksmaxing. We've all heard of it. It has genuinely taken over the internet the past 2 or 3 years, and on social media, it's everywhere. But if for some reason you've been living under a rock, or you just woke up from a coma and decided to watch my video, looksmaxing is essentially the process of maximizing one's physical attractiveness. Now, ironically, this is what the owner of the world's largest looksmaxing website looks like. Yeah, make it make sense.
Hold on. No fucking way. No way, dude. This is the largest. This is Redditor vibes I'm getting here.
Yeah, make it make sense. I'm just as confused as you guys are, but there he is. He's an absolute chud. Over time, looksmaxing has been met with extreme controversy because, well, when you combine insecurity, taking advice from random people on the internet, and a willingness to do whatever it takes to change the way you look, well, things can go really, really wrong. And that's exactly what we're going to be getting into today. People who took looksmaxing to the absolute extreme and paid.
Come on, dog. What? There's no way. Shit. What the fuck is that? Is that teeth maxing? What is that? There's no way. There's no way.
Extreme and paid the price for it. Now, before we get into it, guys, I do want to clarify there is nothing wrong with trying to look good. Going to the gym, a proper skincare routine, getting haircuts often, all of these are examples of self-care that can in turn make one look better. The problem isn't this. The problem is when looksmaxing goes from self-care to self-harm. And with the way it's promoted on TikTok and a lot of these online forums.
Oh, they really are smashing their faces in with the hammers? I thought that was bullshit. Does that actually work? Wow, they're really beating their faces with a hammer. Okay.
Looksmaxing, it's mostly about.
Oh, and then there's a post. We're already on, what was it called? Leech maxing or whatever? Hold on, I have to find that post. I'm not even kidding. Listen to this. Hold on. Hold the phone for a second. I posted this and I said, one of you crazy fucks is going to actually end up doing this. Okay, it's called libido maxing. Sorry. Here it is, libido maxing, you guys. This guy posted this. I started using leeches daily to lower microplastics and my libido went insane. Guys, I'm starting to think the medieval doctors were accidentally onto something. Everyone keeps talking about microplastics lowering testosterone. There are already studies showing that donating blood reduces microplastic levels in your body. The problem is you can only donate blood so often before the Red Cross starts asking questions. So I started thinking about historical solutions. Leeches. Hear me out, he says. Hear him out, guys. Leeches were used for centuries for bloodletting. Modern medicine abandoned them mostly because we got antibiotics and surgery, not because the concept of removing blood stopped. Why can't I make this bigger? I have to do this on my phone to get the full picture. Hold on. Libido maxing, dude. People are putting leeches on their body now. This is crazy. We live in an insane period in the world right now. So I decided, okay. So I decided to run a small personal experience. Here's this protocol. 1 leech per day, about 45 to 60 minutes. I'm not even joking. Leech maxing. Libido maxing, technically. Rotate placement sites so the same area isn't used twice in a row. 2 months in and the results are honestly ridiculous. Sex drive is way higher. Morning wood is back like I'm 18 again. Energy levels feel better. Skin actually looks cleaner too. The theory is simple. Microplastics circulate in the bloodstream, removing small amounts of blood regularly, and you slowly lower the overall load. People are spending hundreds on supplements trying to fix hormones when the answer might literally be a $12 jar of medical leeches. Before anyone asks, yes, they're reusable. You just keep them in a container in the fridge between sessions. Holy hell. Not saying everyone should do this, but the medieval guys may have been cooking with something here. Okay, and then I went and I asked. I said, is there actually something to this method? And it says, peer-reviewed studies support the premise, you guys. Polystyrene microplastics exposure in mice reduces serum testosterone by disrupting the HPG axis. So while regular blood or plasma donations lower related forever chemicals like PFAS by 10 to 30% in humans. Okay? So maybe there's something here. I don't know. I think you can just go to the sauna and sweat a lot of microplastics out. I'm not sure. I've read of that too. Actually, it could be that if you donate blood once in a while and then also do a lot of sauna, you could probably reduce your microplastic exposure. So it's probably a combination treatment. It's probably good to get rid of some of that sludge, your blood, and get your body to make more new, fresh red blood cells, stuff like that, donating a little plasma here and there, shit like that, on top of doing sauna work, and you probably would get a healthier outcome, right? This is why all these rich people, they're taking the blood of young people. You ever notice that? Think of blood like oil in a car. So if they swap out their blood with like the blood of a child, let's just say young person to keep it PG, actually that changes a lot of almost everything in your body, including cellular health, from having fresh oil in the car. The machine runs smoother. It's the same concept, and it works for a human too. You get better skin, better hair, better nails, more energy, all this kind of shit. It is true. You need to get a blood boy. So, because you experience you get a lot of damage, a lot of built up wear and tear biologically, especially in your blood. So imagine you get a transfusion with brand new young person's blood that hasn't had so much cellular damage, mutation, broken DNA, all this other shit that's causing you to run a little slower than normal, aged blood. And you get these people that look like vampires because they're living into old age. They're never aging. It is a thing. People are doing it.
Self-harm. Let's start by talking about this guy. As you can see, he made some mistakes. Apparently, he was some user in a looksmaxing Discord, and he went by the username Skolo. And he went viral on TikTok a while back when this video was posted about him that said, POV, you were an insecure teenager that wanted to expand his palate by 24 millimeters and ended up deformed. Basically, guys, he used something called a palate expander. It's a device used by orthodontists, and it's actually become very popular within the looksmaxing community because when it's used correctly, it can make smiles look more natural and overall enhance the facial structure. But in this case, that clearly did not happen. According to the TikTok post, Skolo ignored the advice he was given by his orthodontist. He then continued to use this expander past the recommended amount because he thought it would make him look better, and unfortunately, this was the result. It's honestly really sad what the looksmaxing communities did to this guy because he clearly went blind to how drastically he was changing the shape of his face. Now, luckily, since all of this happened, there is an updated picture of him that surfaced, and while he doesn't look nearly as bad as he did in the original picture after the initial palate expansion, his mouth still is unusually wide, and that seems like damage that can't really be fixed. Next up, we're going to be talking about clavicular. Now, you've probably heard of this guy once or twice, but if you haven't, this guy is essentially like the father of the looksmaxing community, at least right now. It seems like many people are crediting him to be the one who made looksmaxing as mainstream as it is, because back in the day in like 2010, 2011, it was this very niche like community online of, less than 100 people probably. Now it seems like everyone knows about it. Anyways, this guy Clavicular, who also goes by Clav, he is extreme. Like the stuff he is doing to his body may very well kill him by 30 years old. I'm not even kidding. It's that bad. Let's get into it by starting with the fact that this guy has been injecting testosterone into his body since he was 14 years old. This is something that 50-year-olds do after their body slows down, and they're doing it supervised by a doctor. But no, Clavicular ordered this off some internet black market, no doctor supervision, and started injecting it into his body at 14. Are you kidding? Apparently he had to hide it from his parents, and then they found out once and they kicked him out, and he had to live with his grandma where he just kept doing it. Then when he went to college, he was expelled 3 weeks in because they found illegal testosterone in his dorm room. But surprisingly, the testosterone is really just the tip of the iceberg with this guy. It gets a lot worse. Clavicular has also openly talked about,
I think I saw a clip on X of him injecting, what was it? Into his pee-pee? I don't know what he was injecting, I think, something into his dick on live stream. And he's hanging around super degenerates. What was he doing? I don't know what he was injecting. He probably isn't going to make it to 30. I had some hopes for him in the beginning. He was just doing the getting chicks, going to clubs, being kind of the internet celebrity thing to like, cool story. You were hitting your face with hammers and doing microdoses of meth and whatever else, peptides and a little testosterone here and there. And you were already a good looking guy. You just lost some weight and now you're reveling in this newfound fame. Cool. But then he's like going down a real dark path with all this shit. Yeah. Maybe it's part of a grand strategy, you know? Maybe he's going super extreme for a super short amount of time, and then he's just going to clock out with millions of dollars, and it was worth it. It's all a show. I inject my penis with the Viagra. I'm going to do all this crazy shit. You know, people are going to remember me for being extreme for it, but it was worth it because then I make multiple millions of dollars. And that's it. You retire from the game early, take a little bit of damage. Clearly, this will have an effect on you long term, but it's a trade-off. He's made the calculation. He's a big boy. If that's what he's doing, then he's fully in control, and it's all for show, and people are biting into it hard, and he's raking in the money. Great, that's his strategy. It's working. But if he's falling deep in the sauce, and he's lost control of himself, and he needs to do drugs just to get on stream, and he hates streaming, and he hates his life, and you know, he's feeling completely dopamined out, all these chicks smashing threesomes, crazy stuff like that on tap, just like that. You know, it depends on what state of mind you're in. If he seems to be one of those super focused types, like autistic level focus. Nothing's an accident. He has an end goal, and he's calculating all the risk along the way. To the average person, it might come across as super reckless, but if he's got everything calculated out, he'll be fine. It remains to be seen, though, because that lifestyle wears on you psychologically. So we'll see if he's got the mental fortitude to come out the other end.
Using a certain substance that I can't even talk about here on YouTube to suppress his appetite, give him energy, and also stay as...
You can talk about it. It's retatrutide, bro. It's just a GLP-1. So you're not going to get banned on YouTube to just talk about retatrutide or whatever he's on.
Lean as possible. The reason I can't mention it is because it's one of the worst, most dangerous drugs you can think of. For the sake of the video, we'll call...
Oh, meth. No. He's talking about meth. Okay, never mind. He's on both. He's doing meth and he's on retatrutide. Okay.
Call it math, like mathematics. One of the most addictive and destructive drugs on the planet being used as a diet tool. Nice. And then there's the bone smashing. Let's talk about that. If you haven't heard of this, it's exactly what it sounds like. You take a hammer or your fist or a microphone, pretty much anything that's hard, and you repeatedly hit yourself in the face. I'm not going to do it because I don't want permanent damage. The whole idea is that you're creating a bunch of microfractures on your face. And once you create those microfractures, your bones are going to grow stronger and more full and bigger. You're going to have a sharper jawline. All that fun stuff the looksmaxers talk about. But the thing is, there is no proof whatsoever that backs this up. But sadly, Clavicular has been able to convince a bunch of young people that bone smashing will work. And if you scroll on the looksmaxing side of TikTok enough, you will see that bone smashing is very common. There's a lot of young kids and teenagers doing this. It's really sad. Dude, I even recently came across a video of some like 5-year-old doing some sort of like cheek suction technique for looksmaxing. He's 5 years old. It's so bad. What are we doing?
Wow,
this kid's supposed to be building trains, playing with Hot Wheels. Oh my God, bro. I can't believe this. I actually can't believe this. Now, anyways, back to Clav. Everything this guy's doing right now is most likely gonna ruin him. There's already a bunch of memes about him like decomposing. On the outside, yeah, he looks fine right now, but the reality is that his body is absolutely going to pay the price for this very soon, probably. We're talking potential liver damage, increased risk of heart attack, stroke, and that's just from the testosterone, by the way. You throw meth use in the mix there, who knows what's gonna happen. So as you can see, guys, the internet has some pretty wild rabbit holes, and most of them you probably want to stay out of. But if there's one that's actually worth looksmaxing to the point where he was never satisfied. At first, he was just a regular, usual YouTuber who would post about carnivore diets and more unusual health tricks and...
Bro. Why am I on this planet with these people? Oh my God, dude. I'm tired, boss. Really, I am.
health tricks and tips and whatnot, if that makes sense. But unfortunately, he was also very insecure in the way he looked, despite the fact that the dude's a good-looking guy, no homo. It all started when he wanted to have a better jawline, so he decided to get something called a double jaw surgery. Now, this is a fairly difficult procedure. It's really expensive. It takes a very long time to recover, and he didn't ever look like he needed something like this. But anyways, he made it through the surgery fine for the most part. His jaw looked better, but the problem is he wasn't satisfied. He didn't like the way his eyes looked. He said they bulged out of his face too much, and so he got a certain eye surgery. It's called an orbital decompression. It's a very invasive surgery where the doctors go behind your eye and remove the bone. Unfortunately for him, this surgery ended up going terribly wrong.
Yeah, this is metrosexuals on steroids. This is crazy. Metrosexuals in the 90s were dudes that were, I don't know, kind of doing that routine from American Psycho, right? Because they had like a skincare routine. They gave a shit about their fashion, how they dress, like got their nails done. And that's what a metrosexual was. That was it. What era we're in right now? What a departure from that. Absolutely great psychomath.
Not only did it ruin
Insane.
his vision to the point where he was seeing double, but it also gave him chronic headaches. Since then, he's made a bunch of TikTok and YouTube videos about his experience with the doctor that performed this surgery, and he even sued the doctor. A lot of people say that suing him was a terrible idea because the doctor has way more money than this guy, and this guy doesn't really have nearly as much money. It also seems like suing him caused almost all of his accounts to get banned on TikTok and Instagram. And since the eye surgery that went wrong, he's apparently gotten
$5. Seriously, Bo, I ask myself the same thing. I just got back from the gym. Crunches and legs, I'm paralyzed right now. I'm already in bed after eating my steak and eggs.
Hell yeah. I'm going to the gym after this. I already cooked my meals last night at like 11:30 when I got home. I got my meal prep ready. I just got to heat up some fire-ass Chipotle chicken that I made at home with some steamed white rice. Exciting. Tastes good, though. Actually, tastes really fucking good. That Chipotle seasoning I found was fire. And that's it. No bone smashing, no fucking leg lengthening, no orbital decompression, none of that shit, bro. Go to fucking gym, eat clean, work out, touch grass. And if you're like our homie earlier, 5'2", go to the Philippines and get a 4'11" chick. End of story. There are solutions other than surgery, or meth, or hammering your face, or gouging your eyes out, and whatever fuck else they're doing, or cutting your jaw up.
12 reconstructive surgeries to try and reverse the damage that's been done. The latest one was a couple months ago, and it was all the way in Japan, so I can imagine this is probably so expensive. It really sucks too, because nobody would ever see this guy and think that something is wrong with his face or that he needs any sort of surgery to begin with. And in his case, after years and hundreds of thousands of dollars in surgery costs, he actually looks and feels worse. Next up, we're gonna talk about this
Shocker.
guy. I mean, the picture really says it all. That's not edited, by the way. His name is Connor Murphy, and this one's honestly pretty sad too, because he used to be one of the most well-known fitness influencers on all of YouTube. People loved him, but all of a sudden he like lost his mind and went down this horrible path, and that's what led him to where he is today.
Basically, he was in his bro. No way, dude. This guy way back in YouTube, 6 years ago, 8 years ago, he was just on test. He was jacked as fuck, shredded at least, and he had. What? No way this guy turned into this.
Athletic 3 cent €2. Clavicular is financed by Peter Thielifike.
He had a crash out big time. This is worse than a crash out. Thanks, brother. Is he Peter Thielifike? I don't know about all that stuff. I didn't get into his backstory that deep. This is crazy. This guy was, look at this, 16 million views, 13 million. His life was made. All you had to do is just stay on test. And what the fuck happened?
YouTube. People loved him, but all of a sudden he like lost his mind and went down this horrible path, and that's what led him to where.
Oh no, he's got the horn thing. And what did he do with his face? What?
he is today. Basically, he was in his prime on YouTube, and then all of a sudden, you know, the numbers started slowing down a little bit, but nothing major. And then he got into this drug called ayahuasca. If you don't know what that is, it's some sort of extremely powerful psychedelic that makes you trip balls and see a bunch of crazy things and hear a bunch of crazy things, and it genuinely changes the way your brain works and your mindset works. And since he started trying that drug, he was posting these really bizarre videos. It was around 2020, where he was like claiming that he had reached spiritual enlightenment and that he was basically a god. You can't make this up. He was a fitness influencer. He was also talking about how he drinks his own yellow liquid. I'm not going to mention it. Yeah.
Holy shit.
It. I mean, completely. He even tried faking his own death on YouTube. It was this whole thing that went on for a while, and all of it.
I wonder if he was mixing in antipsychotics or some like antidepressives. That usually causes a schizo break in your mind if you're on powerful pharmacologicals and then you try to do what he did, ayahuasca or any psychoactive. Yeah, do not be a psychonaut. Do not do psychedelics if you're on powerful pharmacological drugs. I know plenty of people have done ayahuasca. I'm going to do ayahuasca one day too. I've done acid, personal experiences. I've done mushrooms millions of times. The DMT I have not touched yet because that's a powerful one. Well, technically I've done a little bit, but not enough to put me under. But I like psychedelics. For my brain, they work. And including microdosing, personally, can't recommend that you do that. Obviously, it's illegal. But what I'm saying is, lots of people do it. They don't have a problem. But all the stories I've heard, all the people that have ever had these like psychotic breaks, all were on antidepressives, strong pharmacological drugs. And then they tried to do psychedelics. And then that schism breaks you. So, yeah, don't be on Big Pharma's drugs when you're trying some things that alter your state of consciousness.
His fans were like, what just happened? What's going on with Connor Murphy? But after a while, for a minute, it actually seemed like he was going back to his normal self and healing. He came back to posting his usual content,
So you should do a live stream directly after taking a psychedelic. I've streamed, I've made videos while I was more than a microdose. Yeah. Honestly, it just makes me, it puts me in a feel-good mood. Empathy all around. I'd probably be really nice to the doomers in the chat. I was tapped in live. Yeah, I was talking about the world. I was talking about society. Just love all around, bro. You didn't even know.
Physique even improved a little bit, and people were hopeful, but that did not last, unfortunately. Because if you go and look at his TikToks and YouTube videos now, it seems like he's adapted to this whole new world of looksmaxing, and it's caused him to totally lose it once again. I mean, it's unbelievable. He has this like alter ego now where he's calling himself Mandibuleus Zygomitis, and every single day his jaw seems to be growing in length, or width, like an inch. It's scary. It's gotten to the point where his face is starting to look like a Minecraft block or like a Lego head, and it's so disturbing. Now, of course, he's making videos claiming that he's training his jaw by doing mastic gum training, some sort of looksmaxing technique where you chew on gum to grow your muscles in your jaw. But it's quite obvious that he's just pumping fillers into his cheeks or doing some sort of plastic surgery in order to achieve this look. I don't know why he wants to look like that, but to each their own. Now, I'm not sure if he's doing the psychedelics anymore. I wouldn't be surprised if he went back to them. But even if he isn't anymore, the combination of whatever permanent damage those did to his brain and the influence of the looksmaxing community has clearly taken a toll on this dude's health. Now, this last guy we're going to be talking about is probably one of the worst cases I've come across because looksmaxing nearly caused him to lose both of his arms. But you are probably wondering what in the heavens this guy did to his arms in order to make them look like that. Well, his name is Kirill Tereshin. I don't know if I pronounced that right. I probably didn't. But he also went by Russian Popeye. You can see why. But yeah, this guy essentially just wanted to have really big biceps, and I guess he didn't want to put the work in the gym. So instead, he decided to take the easy way out, and he injected a crap ton of synthol oil into his arms. His arms got bigger, but you guessed it, just like most of these looksmaxers, he wasn't satisfied. He had to keep going. He kept on going until he had injected a total of around 3 liters of synthol oil into his arms. That's like 8.5 of these into his arms. That can't be good. And it's not like these oil injections are making the guy look like he actually goes to the gym. It just makes him look like a freak. It's the most unnatural thing ever, but my favorite part is the fact that he would go to the gym and post pictures flexing his...
Bro, what is... Come on with this shit. You go to the gym and you put this picture up. This is mental disease. Listen, man, half of this stuff it's probably because of the reward from attendance. These are lonely people. There are some people in society that are so mentally broken and so lonely. The only reason you're getting this famous, talked about, is because of how extreme you are in damaging your body. That's it. The internet was a mistake for people that are mentally ill. The internet quite literally helps you self-destruct, because the more extreme you are, the more on the edge, the more attention you get, the more you shock people. And this shock comes with monetary incentives, like monetary rewards. The bigger your account, the more money you'll make. The more you monetize, the more. So he'll never stop. He can't do one injection because people don't tune in after you've done one bottle of synthol. Biceps are too small, bro. Got to take it up next level. Next level. It's like the Goon to Troon pipeline. Next level, bro. Next fucking level. Look at this shit. Can you even take this out of yourself now? Can you reverse this?
Arms, as if he was working them out, and that people believed it. Nobody believed you, man. I'm sorry. Now, when it comes to a lot of these looks maxers, I honestly feel really bad for them, because body dysmorphia is no joke. I go to the gym quite often. I experience body dysmorphia, obviously not to this extent, but to a certain extent. You know, sometimes I'll forget that I'm making progress. But at the same time, this situation here is obviously so utterly stupid and ridiculous.
Oh my, his face too. His lips too. What the hell? Wow. Hold on. Insane, dude. Let me put some mods in the chat. 1 second. We got bots in here. Actually, we'll do it after this video.
Ridiculous that it's hard not to laugh. Now, anyways,
hey, thanks for the kicks.
As you may have guessed, pumping 8.5 cans of oil into your arms is not the healthiest thing for you. And he realized that when all of this oil in his arms hardened, killing off real muscle tissue and cutting off blood flow. It got to the point where doctors told him he could literally die or lose both arms if he didn't get surgery. So he got surgery and he removed the stuff from his arms. He ended up actually needing multiple surgeries over the course of a few years just to get everything out. That's how deep he went. For what? He also openly admitted that he did no research before doing this himself.
Oh my lord.
He was 20 years old, he wanted big arms, and he just kept injecting until his body started rotting from the inside out. Bro. That was the whole plan. And that's the whole thing with looks maxing that is kind of scary, because it's so huge on...
Holy shit, dude. Look at this photo. What the fuck did you do to yourself? This is what happens when you're terminally online. Holy crap. Okay, dude. Okay. Let me ban some of these bots. Wow. Okay, we're moving on to the next one. Apparently, Piers had a breakdown because Mr. Studs got in the conversation. We'll start this up in a second. Hold on. Who wants to be a mod on Kick? Real quick. Just add a couple people. Yeah, please fucking ban them. Mod. Roles. There you go. Just leave everything in the chat unless the mod is, or unless a bot is pasting some links, dude. Just delete those. Yeah. Fresh, I gave you mod, ban them all. Yeah, just ban them all. Spy Hunter. Okay. Spy Hunter 01. I don't know where they appeared from, dude. A bunch of them just came in here, huh? There you go. All right, anytime they spam links, ban them. The rest, leave it. We have a loose chat on Kick. Ban all the fucking bots. All right, I think we have it. I think we have it set up. You can only ban, block them on your end? No, you should be able to ban them. Yeah, there should be a ban feature. If you click on their name, you should be able to just ban them. You watched this earlier? Almost, we'll get started here. How long have we been streaming? Okay. T, what are those? I's or L's? I want to add you, but I don't know. I have to search for your name. I'll do it too. Okay, Adam, hold on. Let me add you. Yours is easy. You do have a hammer by your name. There you go. Yeah, I see. You banned one. There you go. IVII. NT. Okay, cool. I'll add you right now. Cool. There you go. All right, we're ready to rock now. We got like 4 new mods. Great. Let's begin.
Ting, bro. That's your girl.
Let's end this, please.
Cooked.
You know what? I'm not doing this. Sorry, guys. It's pointless.
Okay.
For the fact that Piers Morgan just stormed out of this interview, it is never going to come out now. But we have the full thing that we're going to break down and we'll put on this channel for you guys that wanted to watch what happened. I highly doubt Piers Morgan will ever release this on his own channel. So it started off with the production team trying to set up HS Tiki-Toki with the productions that took ages.
Being celebrating men, but also hating women. Also spoken and written a lot about how the manosphere influencers have filled a very real vacuum of male role models. They've given many young men an outlet for their frustrations about a culture which they think talks them down and blames them for everything, even as they've become poorer, lonelier, dumber by every available measure. In my view, the likes of Andrew Tate have not always wielded their huge influence responsibly. I've told him that to his face multiple times.
Yeah.
Come and deny Harrison.
The real problems they've exploited.
They contacted me to go on Piers too. They were trying to schedule something. It fell through, but I didn't feel good about it. One of his managers or whatever messaged me. Probably bring me in for one of these, tear downs.
His new documentary, Inside the Manosphere, on Netflix, puts a different spin on things. Many believe it's a cultural watershed. Instead of the brainstorming hubris and bullish ambition we've come to expect, the stars of the show are depicted as shallow, insincere money grabbers whose only real motive.
It's like the Louis Theroux, what was it? The Manosphere shit that they just did, and they basically shit on everybody. It's same thing. You got to be careful whose show you go on to. Yeah, they'll get 4 people to shout at you, or they'll cut the clips, or they'll make you look bad, like that Manosphere one. One of the dudes, I forgot what his name was. One of the dudes went in there to Colombia to do the interview, and then they put him in with a random girl, and then they cut it up to make it seem like that was his girl or whatever. And I don't know. It's a complete shit show. No, these people are bad faith actors, and all they'll do is they'll try to ruin your reputation for the mainstream, because what happens is, like, they're gatekeepers. You get good enough, big enough, and then people start to want to have you on their show. Thanks, brother. And what happens is that's how they gatekeep and destroy your momentum. They bring you on the show. They try to spin up a highlight reel of like your worst takes out of context. And then that's how they dissuade the broader public into looking into your content or whatever. So fuck these people. I've grown by my own myself. I didn't have anybody co-opting me. Just through the power of the people here watching, sharing videos, subscribing, telling their friends. That's it. I don't need the mainstream media to put me on. I don't need all these fake motherfuckers to like clip me out of context.
Innovation seems to be social media clout. There's no doubt that many young men find all these people highly entertaining. But it begs the question, is anyone really taking them seriously anymore? The influencers themselves are unrepentant, say they've been unfairly edited. In a moment, I'll be joined by 2 of the stars of the show, Waller and Myron Gaines.
All had a solo.
We'll begin with the man who's probably faced the biggest backlash of all.
To save time and cost, and sometimes people come to the studio, what will happen is a camera crew team will go to the person they're interviewing and get a live clear production of that person they're interviewing, but Piers Morgan is back in the studio, so it's not a Zoom call because they got better quality involved in the production behind it, but it takes ages to even get into the interview.
So look, I'll be honest, I didn't know who you were until about 2 weeks ago when I was
Piers, sorry, I'd really like to see your beautiful face while I'm talking to you. I can't see you.
Okay. Well, if you'd like to see my beautiful face, I'm sure we can.
I'd love to. I feel like that's more of a connection, you know. I'm talking to.
We'll try and sort that.
Let's crack on while we try and fix your face, so we're good. We'll try and fix it so you can also see mine.
Perfect.
Let me just ask you, Harrison. I didn't know anything about you before about 2 weeks ago when I read a preview of Louis Theroux's show. I've known Louis a long time. Always find his work interesting. It's very observational. I think rather than anything else, he lets other people do the judging. And when I watched you in action in it, I was like, what? Why would you do it?
Still, the production is not properly set up here. This is kind of behind the scenes stuff that he was streaming live to his audience, so he didn't get taken out of context. But HS TikTok did not get paid at all for that documentary to come out on Netflix. That's mainly why the mainstream media are so confused on why he did it.
Why would you expose yourself to somebody like Louis Theroux coming into your world, into your life, and kind of lifting the lid off what it really is? Because until you did that, you can exist in your world and you can have a lot of fun and you can make your money and it doesn't really hit the sides. But when you're laid bare by Louis Theroux to the world on Netflix, most people, I'll be straight with you, just have been laughing at you.
After you said laid bare, I couldn't hear you.
Okay. Shall we get the tech stuff sorted, guys?
Can you hear us now?
I still can't see you as well, Piers. Sort out that. But I can hear you. Yeah, laid bare to the world.
Well, hang on. If we're not recording it, I'll be... Okay, but if he could... Yeah. No, I don't think that's the answer, actually. Sorry. I think we need to fix the tech.
Yeah, let's fix this. I can't see him. This is stupid. Let's have a conversation. Hey, Piers, turn on your camera, bro.
Without Piers Morgan on camera, he was not going to be held accountable for anything himself on his interview, and you will see why he wants him on camera as we get towards the end of this video. It is worth the wait for some of the stuff that Piers Morgan gets asked for the first time.
It's good that we're getting a behind the scenes just what a shit show some of these things are, the setups. And then it makes sense why he constantly invites certain people on his show over and over again, but they all do this. There's like an in-group where they constantly invite one another and constantly seed through each other's audiences, and they'll placate to the messaging and all. It's controlled opposition, you guys. All of this shit is control. This is just another level. Piers is another layer in the controlled opposition. First, you have your mainstream media. They lost all their relevancy and power. Then you have to get to all these podcast bros, right? So they saw that Joe Rogan was way too popular and he was not controlled. He got too big too quickly and he achieved escape velocity. They have to fix that. That's another problem because they've lost influence. So then you have to do these kind of independent news shows that Piers represents now. This is the new paradigm. Piers, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, all this shit. You have to be able to control the release valve on the anger of the populace, right? You have to be able to direct that anger, direct the narrative into a direction where you can release some of the energy. So you go on Piers, and then you get this controlled opposition that seems like it's a new layer, a new form of independent media. It's not. It's controlled. That's what it is. That's all.
I can't hear you now, bro.
Yeah, you direct the outrage and suppress it. That's true.
Oh, this is really amateur. I can't hear you now.
Can you hear me now or not?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, let's just pick it up. I'm just curious why you did the show. Did you not know Louis Theroux? Did you think it would be something else? Are you pleased with the way you came over?
So I had no idea who Louis Theroux was. Obviously now I know he's a great documentarian. I can't see you now. Again, bro, what is this? I can see you now. The morning that he was coming around, I had some of my team come to me and go, "Oh, do you realize what this is? Do you realize who he is?" I wasn't asked, and I'm still not bothered about it. Some people might think it was a mistake going on. Me, I thought it was a very, very fun experience. I've even texted him since saying that, you know, I enjoyed making it, and the backlash I've received from it, I also enjoy that as well, because I've got, you know, I can just rage bait people in my DMs, which I enjoy doing anyway.
The thing that HS is doing to combat TV, where he is streaming, he has everything. So all the edits and all the cuts to take him out of context in any way would be stupid for them to do, because the full things are really on his stream and in thousands of clips over TikTok. So when he done the documentary, he was also filming and benefiting himself.
I mean, look,
that's good. That makes good sense. How out of context? I have not seen that documentary yet, so I don't know how out of context they took this. I don't even know who HS Tiki Taki is, but I'm glad he's exposing all of this shit. The duplicity of the mainstream media, the gatekeepers, is fucking insane. If a woman was doing this stuff, they would parade her around as strong, boss babe, independent. She's got 6 different boyfriends. She's pursuing a career. Society would be lauding them. But when a man is doing, I don't even know what the fuck he's doing. I don't know who this guy is, but he's a man. So I already know he's going to get blamed for everything. He's going to get called a predator. He's probably got called other things in the documentary, like a sex tourist or all this other shit. It's a joke. This is the narrative that they're spinning. You're blamed for everything as a man, and they'll never stop doing this. This is why I don't go on these fucking shows. You know how many people were on my fucking balls clinging onto me, wanting to talk to me when I was at the top of the Passport Bro shit? And everybody was watching a couple of years ago, all the Passport Bro content that we were covering. Especially, I went viral when I was in Romania. They wanted me to go on TV in Romania. They wanted me to go on TV shows where I was cooking and shit too. They wanted interviews. They wanted everything. They were inviting me to all this shit. People were recognizing me in the street. Get out of here, dude.
I was saying to you when we try to start this,
Yeah, can you imagine me cooking? Bro, they had a cook show they wanted me to go on where I'm like cooking something for some fucking 3 judges or whatever it is. You know, imagine me cooking a steak and shit, and they're asking me questions about Passport Bros and what's it like overseas, and you know, what's it like dating foreign women. And get off my dick. Who the fuck are you people? You didn't help me come up, and you sure as fuck aren't going to help me stay up. You're just here to tear me down and use me for the influence that I have. This is what all these people are. So I don't like collaborating often with any people. Most of them turn out to be fucking weirdos. That's just the reality of it.
Want to do with your lives entirely down to you. It's no impact on me whatsoever. The only interest I would have, a bit like Louis Theroux, is the influence that you wield over young men. And when I was watching the Netflix show,
young men
influence, I was just curious what you want that influence to be. Right, because your mother's in the show, and we'll come to quite an amusing clip where she talks about me, actually. She doesn't want you to do this interview, I think, was the bottom line. So you're defying your mother again, and we'll come to that. But your mother's, you know, I was watching her, and I was watching you interact with them. I actually knew your father a bit back in the 90s. Victor Abugu, who was an England rugby player. Met him a few times, liked him. And we can come to that as well. You know, and I'm just curious how somebody whose mum is like that, whose dad was like he was when I knew him, how somebody ends up thinking that the key to life, that the joy of life, the satisfaction of life comes from rage baiting people in their DMs, rather than something a little bit more, you know, I hesitate to use words where your fan base will go, oh, shut up, granddad, you don't get it. But is there not more to life to be achieved than rage baiting morons in their DMs?
Some of the stuff that could be confronted on HS Tiki Toki's behavior is the stuff around the scams, the crypto stuff, things he's done in the past, but he always come with the same angle about him having a poor influence on young men. Maybe there are some young boys that act a little bit wild to females or something that raises some concerns, but also kids are always going to be kids, and there's always going to be poor role models on the internet. It's up to the parents to guard their kids from it. It's the same sort of mainstream media questions that we see through the Tate era as well. And before this interview even began, some behind the scenes, HS Tiki Toki was saying he's got some things up his sleeves. If Piers Morgan takes it a certain way and calls him certain things, he's going to clap back with his own. So he did some research before.
You know, I don't really know anything about him, nor have I done any research. I was meant to go out with a ting earlier and I fell asleep. I've been asleep all day, partied hard last night, had a great night. So, you know, I do have a couple of community notes which I may refer to if needed, but I'm genuinely not trying to go there. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't want to. Like, I'm annoyed he can't be here in the flesh.
Suds, Mr. Suds is coming.
Nice to talk to him directly.
Hip or knee?
He broke his hip. Yeah, he broke his hip. I'm not sure how. Okay, I'm glad you called them morons, because that is the idiots that I've attracted from the mainstream coverage with the documentary. But there's a lot more to life. For me, the main thing in life is making money, being healthy, and enjoying that money with my family and having great experiences. The experiences that I have now, since I've come back for Mother's Day, whatever, with my mum, in the last 5-6 years since I've been on social media, have been great. And they're the things that I'll be looking back on when I'm 60, 70 years old. The nice dinners, the nice weather, just the nice times that I've shared. So I don't think the beauty of life is rage baiting retards in my comments. But when I'm sat there,
what do you actually want your younger male followers to end up being like? It's a genuine question. In the Netflix show, what I saw was a guy who says, look, on the one hand, if I had a daughter who did OnlyFans, I'd disown her. And yet you are directly involved in promoting a load of women who are on OnlyFans.
So this was actually brought up a lot in the documentary, and I totally get the angle. It makes sense. If you look down on them so much, then why do you benefit from it yourself? But it has always been the case. If you look back through history, when it was before social media, there were pimps. They would look down on the girls that they're pimping out, but make money from it. It's always been the same sort of thing. These OF guys that do it and take a back end of the women's money are modern day pimps on the internet. It's the same sort of thing. It's always existed, and trying to confront someone over it just don't really make sense. It's always been around.
Right?
You're a smart man, right? You wouldn't be in this position if you weren't a smart man. You can answer that question yourself. You know exactly why I'm promoting girls. I'm not even actively promoting any right now, but you know exactly why I'm doing it. You don't need to ask me that question. There you go. You answer. So why are you asking a question you already know?
No. I'm not.
It's a very, very easy answer.
You're missing my point, Harrison. I'm not disputing that you are making money, or you're perfectly entitled to. I'm just curious why you would want to send a message to young men you're trying to be influential over, to the extent where you want them to part with money to be like you. And on the one hand, your message is OnlyFans is awful, these girls that do it are awful. But on the other hand, you're making money promoting them. It's hypocritical.
Look, I think OnlyFans girls can do what they want, I'm not bothered. It's the same way I think people can be gay if they want. I'm not bothered. When it comes into my family, where I have control over the situation, that's where I'll dictate what happens. So it's a very valid point that I don't want my daughter to be on OnlyFans. I don't want my daughter to be in the red light district in Amsterdam. But if I went to Amsterdam and I was walking down and I saw a Colombian 9 out of 10, would I go in and visit? Well, depends how many drinks I'd had that night. But that doesn't mean I necessarily agree with it or would like that girl to be my daughter or would raise my daughter like that.
The main thing that people don't realize, HS TikToky is a streamer. So no matter how much outrage is attached to him, as long as he's getting clipped and people are watching him, he can say what he...
I mean, does this break the boomer mind that he has these opinions? Is that so hard for... Isn't the boomers are the ones that allow the red light districts. The boomers are the ones that allow the sexualized books in schools. The boomers are the ones that are mostly the sex pats, right? The boomers are the ones going over there getting those young, hot Latinas or those young, whatever, Filipinas. It's the boomers, bro. It's mostly the boomers. The boomers are the ones that are too old and have to pay for sex. This depravity, this everything, all the backsliding, the so-called conservatives that are conserving, they've conserved nothing. It's the boomers, right? The boomers are the ones that call themselves traditional and conservative minded. What have they conserved in Western society? They've actually allowed all this shit. The backsliding, where our music videos have turned into like softcore porn, our movies essentially turned into, whatever they've turned into, if you can even call them movies anymore. Absolute degeneracy, skin everywhere, sexual scenes everywhere, broken families everywhere. Boomers are producing this content. Boomers are financially supporting this content. Boomers are pushing the narrative, the culture. This is a boomer culture. They're controlling, they're the president of the United States. Boomers. Boomers are allowing this shit. Boomers are pushing for these policies. And then they turn around and tell young people now that we live in this boomer-led society, oh, it's not right. Me mom in the holly. Me mums. It's not right. You should respect women. Bro, you're in a relationship where your woman disrespects you openly. You're in a relationship where your wife has somebody called Mr. Suds. Your wife derails your entire relationship, your reputation, completely destroyed it. For this to be even, this is only happening to Piers because of the disrespect he's allowing from his wife in his relationship. You understand? His wife is derailing his career. Her actions. She's berating him on the internet, talking about, I hate that I have to take care of him when he's sick. What? Talk to me. This is the hypocrisy that millennials and Gen Z are calling out. And the boomers are like besides themselves. Oh, how could you say that? Let me bring in me mom. She was in the holly. You have to talk to my wife. Happy wife, happy life. Like Tucker does the same shit. Happy wife, happy life. If I've learned anything from a relationship, you guys are lecturing us, bro. Fuck off. Most of the world can't wait until your entire generation dies off. Sorry for all the good ones out there, your good boomers, the ones that are woke. The rest of your generation is fucking shit. The world will be better once you're all gone. Sorry. Most of you. Some of you are cool. But the rest of you are completely out of fucking touch.
He wants. In 2026, people can have outrageous opinions and get away with it. You can't police the internet, which the mainstream media constantly try and do. So this angle that soon backfires on Piers Morgan of we're a serious TV station, you owe us answers for all them opinions, it just backfires because they're not even taking themselves seriously, they're just streaming.
However, let me just ask you what you said in the documentary. You clearly actually would, by your own admission, disown a son who said they were gay. And yet your mother, you said, hates people that are racist, sexist, homophobic, and so on. Why be so brazenly homophobic if your own mother, who you clearly love and respect and care about, if she's so against that, why would you be so happy to be brazenly homophobic?
I wouldn't say I'm homophobic.
You would disown a child for being gay. That's about as homophobic as it gets.
That's your opinion, and in my opinion, that's not homophobic.
It's a fact of what homophobia is.
Okay.
Yeah, you could hold both opinions. You can not hate gay people, but also not want a gay son. So you could disown your son for being gay. That's fine. You're not afraid of gay people. You don't care what gay people do in the privacy of their own home. You just don't want a gay son. Okay, you can hold both of those together. It's a congruent line of thinking. You're an adult, do what you want, be a degenerate. Not around my family. We don't accept that lifestyle. End of story. And then it's the boomers, bro. That's homophobic. That's sexist. That's racist. That's yeah. And your country used to be super majority white, and then every time the boomer says, "We used to have a real country. Whatever happened to this country?" Hey, bro, demographics are destiny. Would you like to know more? Please look up the statistics of what culture you grew up in, what society looked like when you were a child. And then they're like, ha 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 ha. I don't think it's wrong to have immigrants coming in here. Oh, I like my tikka masala down the street. Oh, you wouldn't accept your son to be gay? Shut up, man. You're gaslighting people. We know the truth. We can see the videos from the 50s and 60s. Everybody was in suits. Everybody dressed up nice. The schools were good. The education was top notch. Society was investing in its people. And then you guys wanted money. You were greedy. So you opened up the borders. You brought in the new slave class. You started paying people less than livable wages. You took away people's futures right up under them so you can maintain your wealth and keep your wealth and push everybody off the ladder that you were allowed to climb up. We know what you're doing. You can't gaslight millennials or Gen Z anymore. They don't give a fuck. They're too far removed from those historical norms you grew up under. The boomers are learning right now, and then in the next 10 years, this shit is going to accelerate. Watch. The patience of millennials and Gen Z is running out rapidly. There will be a moment of no fucks given. They're still biting their tongue. My generation's still biting their tongue. I guarantee in the next 10, 15 years, as life gets harder, watch the unfiltered conversations that they're desperately trying to censor online today. Today, they're building out the outcome today, they're building out the pipelines today and the control, the mechanisms right now to be able to stop that conversation 10, 15 years from now. Why do you think they're taking over TikTok? They're trying to censor everything. They're trying to institute all these policies. The algorithms are being messed with, content getting suppressed. They're positioning themselves ahead of the coming wave. The real populist right, the real populist messaging in general. Both the left and the right hates boomers. You know, we millennials and Gen Zers out here watching, we have a lot more in common. Yeah, they're crazy on the other side. You could look at them with their bull rings and like rainbow hair and all that shit. They're fucking nut jobs. And we can laugh at them and they'll laugh at us for trying to maintain a traditional lifestyle and all this stuff. Like we're pro-family and all that. Listen, it's the boomers that got us both lost in the sauce. It's the boomers that have all the wealth. It's these multinational corporations that are fucking both of us over. Both of us, me and that pink-haired weirdo, we can't buy houses. We can't afford families if we wanted to. We're getting taxed to death. They're sending hundreds of billions of dollars overseas. They're bombing countries we got no business bombing. Who the fuck cares about all these countries? How about we enrich life for us here back home? We have the same problems. We just disagree socially on how society should be, and that's fine. We can go to the polls and we can vote on how we think society should be socially. I don't hate them on the left. I really don't hate them on the left. I think they're victims of propaganda, and I think their way of life, they're mistaken. But if they want to live that life, brother. That's your life. You can live it how you want. That's the rule of law that we live under. Let me live my life too. Don't tell me what my kids should be learning in school. Don't tell me they should be chopping their dicks off or their breasts off, all that stuff. I got my own lines that you're not allowed to cross. I'm sure you got your lines that I'm not allowed to cross either. Cool. I won't cross yours. You don't cross mine. Let's just vote on the policy then. Let's just vote on making life better for everybody. Okay, but the boomers are just a completely different fucking animal. It's them versus both of us. It's the rich people versus both of us. We're being pitted against each other in culture wars for their benefit up at the top. They're hoarding all the resources. They're the reason our schools are shit. They're the reason our kids are indoctrinated. They're the reason our kids don't learn shit. They graduate high school with a fourth grade reading level, that there are no more jobs for the future. They're the ones, bro. Point the finger up. This is why you could say the last real populist uprising that encompassed both sides, maybe there was two of them, but for sure one that encompassed everyone was the 99% protest. You remember that? You remember those protests? Occupy Wall Street was the very last time. And then look up when Occupy Wall Street happened, and then look up when gender discussion, race discussion, pronouns, and all that shit started exploding. Look up the date of the the Occupy Wall Street protests that were getting global. It wasn't just in America, global. Look up Occupy Wall Street, the year, and then look up the year and start tracking pronoun discussion, gender discussion, trans discussion, LGBTQ. What else was it? Intersectional feminism, all that shit. The what was it? What was that race discussion they were having? Critical race theory. Look at when all of that started exploding. It was right after Occupy Wall Street. They started figuring out, hey, the plebs are banding together. The left versus right dynamic, that paradigm just evaporated. They figured out it's the rich people, mostly boomers. Can't let that happen. So now we're divided infinitesimally into all these tribal little groups. I'm part of this community. I'm part of this community. I'm part of this community. We can't relate with any of you. So we're in all these little tribes now, all these victimhood communities that have been sprouted up. And all they do is exist to fight one another so that nobody asks the real questions about the top 1%. That's what Occupy Wall Street was about. It was about fighting these wealthy elites. And people forgot about that, man. So now we're fighting each other. Now it's just left versus right, conservative versus liberals, progressives. All these are just fucking labels, and they've managed to put a bunch of labels on us. Millions of labels. There are now labels upon labels. Even the fucking fat community was fighting each other a few years ago because they had small fats, big fats, uber fats. You know, they even divided them. They were starting to say, if you were a small fat, you don't know what it's really like to actually be fat. LGBTQ's fighting against each other now too. Hey, you trannies are something completely different. We can't have this discussion. LGB needs to divorce from the TQ. And then what were they saying? Lesbians that didn't want to have sex with trans men were bigoted and all this shit. They're fighting amongst themselves. This is what they want to do. They're taking away any power any community gets, co-opting it, and destroying it from the inside out. It's insane. Meanwhile, yeah, certain TERFs, but certain communities have gained more and more power over America while all of us have gotten divided, right? When you say that magic word, APAC, when you say foreign lobbying, when you say these kinds of words, undue influence, ooh-wee. Do they really try to cancel you? Wow, can't say that. Can't talk about undue influence. Hey, you're a small percentage of the population. How'd you get so influential? Isn't that weird? Hey, why are we more divided than ever? Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird that money is considered speech? Isn't that weird that somehow gold and silver is getting suppressed? The free market isn't so free and real at all, is it? Because it's being manipulated. Isn't that weird that most Americans across all aisles have the same fucking problems? We don't like foreigners in our country. We don't like that you could vote without an ID. That's popular across both Democrat and Republicans. Like 90% support it. They can't pass that. They can't pass that act right now. Sorry, we bail out who? Corporations? $800 billion in tax cuts for corporations? How does that benefit the right or the left? It's interesting, huh? It only benefits certain people at the top. Oh my God. No. More culture wars. More culture wars. More race wars. I don't know, bro. Save yourself. I'm beginning to realize that the average human is just too preoccupied, too broke, or too stupid. One or the other, or maybe all three combined. You got to save yourself in the world today. Find your tribe. Men like this is why I talk about the private community. Find your tribe. Try to get ahead. Build out. Find a community. I think the communities of the future will be these like fringe forums for men where they're only allowed to speak there, or private communities where men pay into a system to get rid of the plebs. You have to have some skin in the game. And that's the only real place that you could have a real conversation with real people anymore. Because as soon the internet is just going to be all AI, all fucking bots. The comment section, all bots. The narrative is driven by the bot farms. Go read the comment section. It's mostly bots. Mostly bots talking, driving narrative, getting you emotionally pulled in a certain direction. It's a wrap, bro. You got to find your people. We're living so disconnected. You got to find your people somehow online now in a private community of men that speaks it. Do you know, this is one of the most insane things I noticed about the private community, by the way, and the chats that we have. Some of the first timers that go in there and introduce themselves, hi, first time in the call. The first thing that they've said is, it's kind of crazy. I've never been able to talk about any of this stuff with people who think like me. This is the first time I've ever been able to speak this stuff out loud. I can't talk to my family about this. I can't talk to my friends about this. I can't talk to anybody at work about any of this stuff. They literally say, damn, this is the craziest call I've been in. I've never heard men just openly be able to speak like this. Isolation, bro. Imagine how isolated you are. Your own family, you can't talk to them. Your own homies, you call your friends, you can't talk to them. You have to find your tribe online. That's insane. They got us by the balls.
What do you think homophobia is?
I think they just completely judged this interview wrong. They've had the likes of Andrew Tate on before, who they've discussed more serious topics like politics along with the other issues, but they're asking him why he doesn't have the same opinion as his mother. What kind of question is that? I think every single man across the UK right now has different opinions to his mother on certain subjects. We're not going to agree with our mother on everything. People become their own human beings and adults. I just think the angle that Piers Morgan approached this interview on was just completely off from the start.
I think homophobia would be severely discriminating against gays. And I think that, you know, maybe going around and bullying them or whatever could be considered homophobic.
You don't think
I don't really
your
care
own
what the
child would
definition
be
is.
bullying them because of their sexuality?
I'm not bullying them. I'm not bullying my child.
By disowning them?
It's not bullying.
What is it?
Definitely not bullying.
What would you call it if you disown your own child for being gay?
Not supporting their lifestyle. That's not bullying. Hey, I don't support this lifestyle. So I think it's all propaganda. There is absolutely no difference in your brain. There's no wiring change, nothing. A brutal reality and a truth. Camille Paglia was talking about this. She's like, probably the only feminist I'd ever listen to. To be honest, that's an insane sentence to even say out loud. But Camille's based as fuck. You should watch some old school Camille speeches. And she says there's an inextricable link between being molested as a child and homosexuality. Nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to talk about that. A vast majority of these people that have been fondled when they're children and abused, they turn out gay. It is linked to sexual abuse. We know this in the literature already. You can look it up. There's studies. There's research. Sociologists already know this. You can't say this out. You can't speak about this stuff. But it's known. Sexual deviancy, weird kinks, homosexuality is linked to childhood abuse. I first heard that from Camille, and it blew me away. And I looked into it on a deeper level, and yeah, it's there in the literature. Trauma, abuse, porn, yeah.
Gay, something they couldn't possibly
I'd call it good parenting. That's what I'd call it. I'd call it good parenting.
Really?
We clearly have different beliefs. I don't care what your belief is. If you grow up,
well,
okay,
no, we don't actually.
you work your whole life.
We both come from the same belief, which is we were brought up by mothers who did not share this view. So actually, we're very similar. It's just you've taken a weird turn where your mother, who hates homophobia, has got a son who actually thinks it's perfectly okay to say you would disown your own child, your own son, if they said they were gay. And
would you be happy if you raised your son and your son came out gay? Would you be happy, Piers? Would you be happy, Piers, if you had one child, one son?
I wouldn't care less.
You wouldn't care?
No.
Okay, then that's your beliefs. Me and you have totally different beliefs.
Yeah, but
I know that you're trying to double down on this point.
Yeah, but Harrison, why do you think your belief does not constitute homophobia?
Piers, we can all have a push and a shove.
At this point, this is where the interview goes.
It's funny because from a religious point of view, you can make that argument. It's a sin, and I don't want my son to go to hell. Like, you could end that conversation immediately. What's he going to say? Why have Christian beliefs? I mean, Islam has the same belief. I mean, most religions in the world have a similar belief. Hey, in my holy book, it says that my son will be eternally damned. So I don't want my son to go to hell. Are you telling me it's bad to be a Christian? You could have flipped that on him completely. And why? So are you telling everybody who believes in Islam? Oh, it's even Buddhists and Hindus believe it's a sin? Yeah. So are you telling me Hindus, Buddhists, Christians, Muslims, Scientology as well? Yeah. So are you telling all of us that our beliefs are incorrect? What makes your belief correct?
Completely left. And I don't think, for all the interviews I've consumed of Piers Morgan over the years, I've ever seen him so triggered, and it was by a streamer who he probably considers dumb and what he calls a twerp later in the interview.
Whatever happens between you and I, it doesn't matter. You will have owned me, killed me, crushed me, destroyed me. Let's just accept that's a given. Okay? That is how these interviews always go, whether it's Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, whoever.
Do you know what I don't like, Piers? Do you know what I don't like?
Gaines in a minute. It'll be the same thing. So I assume. Let me just tell your followers. Harrison at HS Sticky Docky has owned me, beaten me, defeated me.
Okay, listen. I respect guys that have their own opinions, right? But I don't really respect you trying to come on and say, oh, I'm homophobic and try and really push that point when I wouldn't say I'm homophobic at all.
I understand that, but I'm curious why you don't think disowning a child for being gay is homophobic.
What I do with my children is up to me. What I do with my children is up to me.
Of course.
Okay?
Of course.
I don't agree with you going to Epstein's Island and having freak-offs with Ghislaine Maxwell and the rest of them. But I don't need to bring it up because this is about misogyny
just to be clear,
and everything like this.
Harrison,
okay?
Harrison,
okay, I don't agree with that, sir.
Just to be clear,
freak-offs on the island.
Yes, nor do I. And as is
are you sure?
Fact,
this has been used against Piers Morgan a few times now, but it is important to clarify, just because you're in the files, your name could have been mentioned where you weren't even in the email, someone talking about you. So the context is really important. There's no proof right now that Piers Morgan's ever been to the island. A lot of this stuff needs investigating thoroughly so we can actually prove the people that had wrongdoing rather than just mentioned overall. But
yeah, and I wouldn't even look in his position. The first thing I'm tearing him down with. Should I even say this in case? No, I won't even say this. Maybe I will go on the show one day. We'll see.
It was enough to trigger Piers Morgan.
Never mind.
Being taken out of context.
Are you sure?
Do you want to keep doing this? You'll make yourself look very stupid.
Are you sure, Piers?
That I've never been to Jeffrey Epstein's island. I'm 100% positive. I never met the man, never went to his island. I met Ghislaine Maxwell for 5 minutes at a book launch. If you've got any supplementary
mentioned a lot of times. No problem. A lot of times in there, sir.
I have no problem. You're not, I don't think, if I say this very respectfully, I don't think you're very well informed about things like that, or you wouldn't go there because it's.
Why are you in the files?
Why don't you check the 27 references to me in the files?
Why are you in the files, sir? Very close to these types of people.
Go and check. And all your followers, you can. The great thing about the Epstein files, you can put somebody's name in. And you
like to compare me to Tate and Myron and everyone else. So,
Harrison,
because my name is close to them in the manosphere. But if I compare you to Epstein and Maxwell, you have a clear problem with it.
No problem.
Sir, you compare me to Myron and all the others in this homophobic, misogynistic, whatever world. I'm comparing you to Epstein then because you're in his files.
Harrison.
Exactly. Let's stop this.
We're moments away from the main event where this just ends the interview completely. They was going to go on a lot longer and have other people on the panel come through and discuss the manosphere because that documentary. But you're about to see why uncut it got cut short.
You're making yourself look an even bigger idiot than you did on the Netflix show.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but Piers does the same low ball, low hitting kind of tactics as well. He goes beneath the belt often. He pulls up shit from way back on people. Yes, but do you condemn that? But why did you say that? But it'll be shit from years ago.
Really? Yes. To people like you, sir, I don't mind that. You make yourself look like an idiot every single day when your wife is at home posting pictures that you're out and she wants to get used like a toy by a big black man who is cleaning her car. Is that why you have a problem with me? Is that why you're pushing this homophobic narrative? Because I'm the big black man that shagged your wife while you are on holiday. Okay? We can all have a push and a shove, sir. Let's go back to talking about the documentary and less of the homophobia.
Do you know what? Here's what I think about you. I watched the documentary. I think you're a fucking idiot.
What this is, Piers Morgan's wife has a bunch of photos like this on Instagram where she's just playing around and making inappropriate jokes, even taking pictures of men behind and suggesting constantly that she wants a toy boy. Maybe it is her banter and fun, but HS used this against it.
I think you're a sexist, misogynist, homophobic twerp who got exposed in a global way by Netflix, by Louis Theroux, for what you are. You're a little half-wit. And you'll make your little followers
don't get rattled.
A little laugh and everything else. But I don't see any point wasting. There's no point me wasting my time talking to you.
-1 hit point, dude. Fried his ass, bro.
Is there? What's the point?
Exactly. No. Do you know what? Let's chill it down then, because what I just said There's 50 more things that we can have a stupid back and forth and try and one up each other.
I don't
Just
care
talk
about
to
your
me
silly
normally.
insults.
Talk to me normally.
Talk
to me normally.
I don't care about your silly insults.
But what do you mean you don't care? What do you mean you don't care? What I said is fact. I have a picture of it. I can flip it around and show you right now.
I couldn't care less about your silly little insults. It's like a 2-year-old. Why would I care?
A 2-year-old? A 2-year-old? Listen, sir, I don't know why you come on and you talk like you're holier than thou. As soon as you're away,
all right,
who's this? Applications are open.
All right, let's just
That's your ting, bro. That's your girl.
Let's end this, please.
Cooked.
You know what? I'm not doing this. Sorry, guys. It's pointless.
Got his ass.
Adam, switch in just back. Tell him to come back on.
If you guys haven't seen before, this isn't the first streamer to ever bring up his wife. There was another situation where it was brought up.
I'm just curious what you genuinely feel.
Perfect. God his ass.
Well, the thing is, Piers.
God his ass.
At Fresh Media 15 cent $4.99. Oh, can you please pay that video of the two thugs from X when you are done? That
Okay,
would
I'll
be
find
hilarious.
that. I'll find that. The terminal decline of black culture, I'll find that one.
I'm not political, and I didn't play the song, so that's kind of all there is to it, right? And I find it quite silly to me that you're with the #1 looksmaxer, and instead of asking how you could ascend so that, you know, your wife wouldn't tweet out captions like, when my husband's away, Mr. Sud comes out to play, maybe if you asked me how to ascend, then that would stop happening to you. You know what I mean?
Okay, so you're distracting, and that's fine.
He fucking played sound effects on Piers.
And the reason Piers Morgan stormed out in this situation, this was one guy down. There was numerous people from that documentary that's about to come on, and this was something that was going to be brought up constantly, especially from people.
Bro, he cannot have a conversation about manosphere, about men respecting women. Mr. Suds lives in infamy forever, forever. You're not getting rid of Mr. Suds, bro. Mr. Suds owns your soul, all brought upon by your own very wife. You got destroyed by your wife. You are in no position to lecture any men about how to deal with women and respecting them. You can't get respect from your own wife. Bro, Mr. Suds owns your soul. I need to make that into a fucking shirt. Mr. Suds owns your soul, dude. It's over for you. Do you see the kind of reputational destruction a woman can do? And they're in a relationship. They're together. This is how much she fucking hates his guts. There's only one way back from this. You got to divorce your wife. You got to completely disavow. But do you disavow? You got to disavow your wife and go 180 straight pimping. Fuck them hoes. Get a nice young girl. Say your wife doesn't know what she's missing out. It's over for you, bro. You have to reinvent yourself. It's forever Mr. Suds. Stick to politics. Stick to talking about other topics. You can't talk to men about women anymore. You can't have a conversation about shit. Disavow your soul. Me wife was with Mr. Suds. Me wife owns my soul. Me wife. Fucking hell.
People in this space, like the manosphere or quote unquote masculine males that try to insert their dominance, they're going to bring up the fact that your wife don't respect you. You'll have to listen to a lot more of this.
Chill it out. Tell him to come back on and we'll chill it out. But it's like, stop pushing this homophobic bullshit. You want to look holier than thou. Like, stop all that. Anyone can have a push and a shove. Tell him to come back on, talk to me respectfully. This is what I wanted him to come in real life, because he wouldn't speak like that to me unless, you know, it was through the camera. Like, talk to me face to face as a man, bringing up bullshit points. That's crazy. I didn't even want to bring up. I even said to him, don't, just leave me alone. Trying to push this homophobic bullshit. But I have a gay mate. It's impossible for me to be homophobic. I'm also not misogynistic either. I love women. Can I have the chat, please? Let me call this guy and tell him to come back on. He's sulking like a baby. Let's keep it respectful.
The amount of stuff she posted is bizarre. I want it all done by the time I get back from work. Also, you missed a bit. There's an Instagram post and there's various other examples. So Piers
Man, you see this kind of shit, dude? You see the kind of shit with the cat? Look at this humiliation cuck ritual right here. Look at this. You seen this? After getting smashed by Mr. Suds. There it is, bro. There's your proof. It's on her Insta. It's live. You can go to her Instagram. It's up to this day. To this day. Would you take financial advice from some homeless person? Would you take fitness advice from a fat person? Why would you take any masculine or dating or woman advice from this kind of man? I'm just saying, bro.
Morgan is literally the opposite to these guys.
She's unsatisfied in the bed because Piers broke his hip. They're only going to see the fact that Piers is in the hospital and her wife needs to signal to the world she's not sexually satisfied because he has a broken hip. Piers, bro. Piers, I really feel for you. Wallahi, I feel for you. And I'm praying for you, man. I really, nobody even cares about the writing. She's just signaling to the world that she's not satisfied.
It's all here.
Yeah, that have a pathological reluctance to help themselves in medical emergencies. His wife, bro, his wife. No, hold on. Is this actually his wife? She's just writing an article calling him a bitch. Fact, men are not pussies and they should. So she's basically saying she expected him to just get over it. She's saying men are supposed to just get over when they take a little tumble.
Influencers, if he's gonna, he should confront him on real issues like scams, frauds, stuff that they've done. It's always the same sort of arguments. Is getting boring at this point.
It's absolutely hilarious that I've woke up and I'm seeing it all over the internet. Piers 22, Piers Wheels, Cucko Morgan has been absolutely violated. Big up to Katie Hopkins as well. You are an absolute MILF and a national treasure, and big respect to you, Piers. God, I'd love to be a fly on the wall when you got home.
Oh, my Lord. Nothing. There's nothing to be a fly on the wall for. He's going to go into his chair in the corner, and he enjoys the humiliation. How else can you explain a man stays in this kind of relationship? He enjoys the humiliation, bro. He probably went home. He was pitching a tent at home. He's like, my dear wife, my queen, you won't believe how humiliated I was on my show today. Please call Mr. Suds right now. I'm so excited. The state of mind for this man is not fucking healthy or normal. Fucking crazy. Let me pull up that video. Hold on. We had a recommendation. Where was that shit? Oh, this one's a good one. I wrote, I'm convinced these are demoralization agents pushed by the algos to pacify the masses into accepting their crumbling quality of life. Look at this exchange here. This is great, dude.
Check the eggs. I got the eggs. You know where eggs come from?
Chickens. Chickens.
Oh, these are eggs right here. These eggs right here. We're gonna eat. Where do they come from?
Chickens.
Are you?
They come from chickens. Where else do they come from?
You telling me right now that this egg we're gonna eat right here is from a chicken butthole? Come on, chicken.
2026 entertainment, boys. 23% of Americans thinks chocolate milk comes from chocolate cows. How did this person pass high school? 10th grade, 4th grade? How? Explain to me. What school did he go? What are the teachers doing? Is this the product of No Child Left Behind? Just push him through the door?
Yeah.
Ruffy, that's true?
Where did you think they were from?
So how the fuck when the chicken come up, when the chicken pop out the egg, a baby come out?
Because there's different types. Like, are you dumb?
Bruh. No way you're real. Chat, I swear to God, what? Marty! We went through this already, bro. Marty, you knew that? Tell your mom so you knew that.
You think you can't start a YouTube channel, bro? You think you can't get on here and talk about some shit? This guy doesn't know where the fuck eggs comes from. What I tell you about retard maxing, this is why he's got you beat in life. He's retard maxed supreme level. Literally, there's like 2 fucking brain cells in there. He didn't think extra about starting a streaming career. He's not worried about what people thought. He retard maxed. And he's reaping, look, that chain is probably worth more than your fucking salary. He doesn't know where eggs come from. He is a living embodiment of what we talk about when we say retard maxing. You're over here not starting a business that would be successful because you're overthinking it. You're not thinking of starting a YouTube channel because you convinced yourself maybe people don't want to listen. He doesn't know where eggs comes from. He hit the record button. You think he even knows how to fucking do that? He probably had to Google how do you hit record on YouTube or stream wherever he's fucking streaming. He retard maxed it. He didn't even think about the technical side. He probably started off on his fucking phone. You are convincing yourself you can't be successful in life. It's too hard. This fucking retard doesn't know where eggs come from. Is it seeping in the blood yet? Are you starting to understand why you're poor? Does the beginning of the stream start to make more sense? His chain is worth more than your salary.
Hunter01 sent $10. I went on a date recently, the bitch didn't know what stars are. Shame on me.
Yep. Look, women are different because obviously it's women. They get bailed out by men. But this guy, perfect embodiment. Perfect embodiment. Chicken's butthole.
Ruffy, that's true? That this egg we're finna eat right here is from a chicken butthole. Come on, chicken.
Yeah.
Just listen to the supreme grasp of the English language right here. Watch.
Ruffy, that's true?
Where did you think they were from?
So how the fuck when the chicken come out, when the chicken pop out the egg, a baby come out?
Stupendous. Clearly, engineer mind. Clearly. Imagine being this retarded with a chain worth more than your salary. And you're over there struggling because some voices in your head told you don't. Imagine. Who's actually the bigger retard in the world? Who's actually? Is it him or you? That's wild. That's wild. That's a brain twister right there. Who's actually more retarded? The guy that just didn't think and did shit? Or you that overthunk some shit and did nothing? Actually, though. All right. And this guy fucked a chicken. He's in jail. But in Britain, this guy was sentenced to 3 years in prison for raping a chicken. Just saying, dog. Just saying. And he's probably going to get bailed out because he's not white. So I'm just saying, you got a spectrum of retard maxing. He retard maxed in the wrong direction. The other one, fuck it out. What is this world, bro? Okay, let's find the New Orleans gangsters. 1 second. Where the fuck was that? God bless her soul. This video broke my heart. Unbelievable. Where is this shit? I think they did they delete that? can't be this far back. Oh, it's gone, bro. No. My shit, they deleted my video. Okay, I have to search for it then. I have to search later on Crimson. What do I have to search? New Orleans gangsters documentary. Oh yeah, here it is.
Jim.
All right there, young chaps. Good luck on your future. You might make it to 25. Is the algorithm better today than 3 months ago? No. Sorry, Elon. That shit is not. Your fucking algorithm is garbage. Now for some positivity. All right. Let's get back. Let's end it with a positive message. The trap of modern things. We got a young spruce of a man right here building a good life. He's only got 5,000 subs. All right. Let's go on to the other end of the spectrum. He is right here fixing a car, dealing out some old man wisdom.
I finally started working on the suspension system for my old Tahoe here, and I've got the control arms out and the bushings pressed out and ball joints. And
let's go.
All of that fun stuff. And now I'm ready to start putting it back together. But as I was working on this, it occurred to me that this is just the complete opposite of most of our modern things. And by modern, electronic. This, when I'm finished, this will just sit here. It will just be just as it has been for all of the years I've owned this vehicle. And it's just going to sit here and wait on me for whenever I'm ready to go drive it and for whatever I want to go do with it.
Wisdom is about to drop hard.
Our modern stuff's not that way. Our modern stuff tells us what to do. We serve it instead of it serving us. Our modern stuff, it tells us when it needs to be recharged, when it needs to be updated, when it needs to be serviced. And you better service it or you're going to void the warranty, and it's going to record that part. And the warranty probably wasn't any good anyway. And then it's going to make you agree to the new terms of service, which are going to be worse than the old terms of service. Mm-hmm. And you're going to agree to the new privacy policy, which is essentially we're just agreeing to give away any expectation of privacy whatsoever. And then the devices are just going to die, and then we're just going to keep going to work to continue to make money to replace these devices so they can keep telling us what to do. And they're getting better and better and better at manipulating us the whole time. Yeah, even with vehicles now. Okay, these are the brake calipers. Actually, it's the cradle. Calipers are in it. I should probably go ahead and change the brake pads and have rotors turned while I'm in here, and I do front and back for less than $100 an axle. Okay, and it would be a simple thing to go ahead and do. It's not so simple on a lot of new vehicles. All right, there are vehicles right now that in order to change the brake pads, you've got to access the car's computer because the emergency brakes are electronically controlled by the computer, and you have to tell the computer to release the emergency brakes so that you can take this out to change the pads. And you got to have a very expensive subscription to access the car's computer. Yeah, you got to pay them to be able to access it.
Yeah, my dad did mechanic on the side. You know, he'd buy cars from the auctions, fix them and sell them. And he had to buy one of those computers, you know, that you can get into the OBS system and trip some of these things that you would need. That shit was like a couple $1,000, and it's specific by car maker. You know, you had the European one, and then you had the separate Asian one, and then you had, you know, all this other shit. But you needed to have their, the OBD scanners. That's what it was, the OBD2 scanners. You had to go in there and change shit on the car after you changed some part. You had to reset some computer, reprogram some fucking computers. The newer cars were insane. Mechanics are a dying breed. My dad used to say that like 10, 15 years ago. He's like, watch, at one point, mechanic, like you won't be able to even do basic mechanic work at home. My dad even had a little lift crane to take out the engine. You know, he would rebuild, he would piece an engine down to the grommets, bro. Like every little piece laid out in the garage. I remember seeing that shit and he'd put it back together. I'm like, how the fuck do you know how to do this? Shit is crazy.
Otherwise, you're just locked out.
That's over with.
And essentially, it's just to keep us from being able to work on our own vehicles. Okay, that was by design. The companies that are doing that, they intentionally made routine maintenance on those vehicles more expensive.
Impossible.
And they intentionally made the cars less reliable.
And yeah, it's not just the planned obsolescence, but now we're going to be put on this stupid ass subscription-based model. You want extra horsepower? You got to pay for the subscription. You want to hear your exhaust louder? You got to open up the valves through the subscription service. You want heated seats? BMW tried that one, I think, with heated seats. You have heated seats on the car, and they want you to pay a subscription for that shit. You got to pay a subscription. Even Tesla now has subscriptions. You can't outright buy the self-driving shit. You have to pay a subscription now.
You've still got the mechanical systems in here, so they can still break. Probably won't, but can. Then now you've got a computer added to that can short out and wires go bad or whatever. It's more prone to failure now, more failure points. Okay, so why did they do that? To cost us more money. And the way they're getting away with this stuff is...
And pretty soon, if you don't pay your subscription, the amount of control they have over a new vehicle, they can break your car. There's people who literally had cars that braked in the fucking garage after it got an over-the-air update and it melted the computer. The update broke the software, and so it broke their car, and they had to get it towed to the dealership. Imagine that giant piece of shit happening to you. You just spent $80,000 on a car. Over-the-air update bricks your entire vehicle. You can't drive it, so you got to get it towed to the dealer. Insane, dude. Insane.
Well, we just don't know enough about...
And you can't even buy an older, cool car because the boomers are fucking collecting any decent fucking car that you would want. From like the 60s or the 70s, hell, even some of the 80s, like muscle cars. I can't even buy those because they're trying to ask $100,000 for some fucking rebuilt muscle car. Like, let go of that shit already. I'd love to be in some Firebird or some fucking Mustang from back in the day or some, one of those cool looking ass cars. I can't because everybody wants an arm and a leg for them. They want a fucking house for that shit.
A lot of stuff now to even know what they're doing. Okay, and the sad part is this isn't just vehicles. This is everything now. The old avocado green home appliances from the 70s. They've reached meme status because they just lasted forever. How long do modern home appliances last? Can you get parts for them to repair them? What are the repair costs? How easy are they to work on? Yeah, they're essentially disposable now, just like everything else is going to disposable, which means don't even worry about the repair. Just throw it away and go get something else. And what that's resulting in is us just working our entire lives to make money to constantly replace this stuff. We're on a treadmill now. And that is the trap of modern things. Yeah. And we're all caught in this trap.
Even refrigerators back in the day, have you ever seen those old refrigerator commercials? Let me find that. Old fridge Commercials. Where did I see how good the old refrigerators were?
Right,
Those
someone's
who like
going to want this.
organization will love this.
Loves organisation. What do you mean? 1955?
Look at that.
Oh my god, it looks amazing.
That's insane, right? I can't play that because of the damn music. Frigidaire refrigerator, vintage commercial. Let's see. Look how good shit used to be back in the day.
Everything in its place. That's easy. With my Frigidaire cold pantry. So true, Mrs. Doughty. In your Frigidaire cold pantry, there's a place for all your foods. Fresh and frozen, canned, bottled, and wrapped, new bought and leftover. They're all right there, and they're all at your fingertips. Let's start with the most ingenious door in any refrigerator. It has special places for bottles, spreadable butter, cheeses, even leftovers.
Look at that, bro.
Big picture window hydrator for fruits and vegetables.
Big picture window hydrator for fruits and veggies.
It tilts down to show you your supply at a glance. And it also lifts out. So you can
wow.
take it over to the sink when there's a fresh supply to be washed and put away.
Where did that functionality go? Isn't that strange?
But that's just the door. Think of all you can...
Oh yeah, listen to this voice. Fuck, man, fuck, I hold court, fuck, shit. You remember?
store in here on these big firm shelves that roll all the way up to you. So you
Look at
can
that.
get at the food in back without moving anything in front. And how about your frozen things? Oh yes, there's a place for them too. In this big, big food freezer. Even your ice cubes have a special place for storage. Right here. And watch how they get there. You just take out a tray, turn it over, and push. You get a shower of ice cubes all frosty dry and ready to use. See all the wonderful
With water that wasn't poisoning.
ideas in this Frigidaire
You know, when tap water was still drinkable.
cold pantry at your own Frigidaire dealers. It's further proof you get the best when you buy Frigidaire, built and backed by General Motors.
Yep.
Right,
Those who
someone's
like
going to want
organization.
this.
I'm going to have to replace it every so. That is the trap of modern now, as I'm pondering this. I want out of this.
Yeah, and those fridges for just like, and one example is the fridges. They lasted forever, never broke. Every product that was manufactured from like the 50s and 60s just never fucking broke. And then they figured out, oh shit, if we make something that just lasts forever, we are not making money. Let's reduce the quality of every single fucking product. Let's cut the quality of every single product by shipping manufacturing overseas to make cheap Chinese slop. Okay.
Trap. Okay. But the problem is it's not easy. Traps by design are not easy to escape from. Okay, so I was just scratching my head. How do I get out of this trap? And the very first thing is I have to actually learn about the things I depend on. Okay, now, if they want to make this phone where it's just going to spy on me all the time and it's just a piece of junk, I'm going to have to replace it every so often because of all the planned obsolescence that goes into this. They already know when this is going to die and I'm going to have to get a new one. They designed it that way. Okay, but I don't need this. I can just get rid of this at any time. All right, but I need a vehicle. I need a stove. I need some of those home appliances. We had some snow not long ago, and everybody was worried about losing power. And we're not worried about losing power. What we're worried about is our home appliances that we absolutely depend on, like our furnaces, losing power. We're worried about those things not working. Well, that's how dependent we are on those things. Okay, well, if we're going to be that dependent on stuff, then we should know something about them. Or at least that's my thinking. And the more I know about them, the better. And then I can make better informed decisions, like I'm going to keep my old vehicle. I've decided I'm just going to go ahead and restore my old Tahoe. When I get through with the mechanical stuff, which it doesn't need much, this is its 250,000 miles tune-up. And when I get done with this, I'll paint it. The clear coat's looking rough, so. And then it'll be good for another however many years. Okay, I needed to know about the new vehicles to be able to make an informed decision and decide this is the direction I want to go in. This is what works for me. This doesn't work for everybody. Okay, and as far as the repairs, not everybody comes out ahead keeping old stuff and trying to repair.
Dude said, we still drink tap water in Norway. Yeah, bro, you have fucking fjords up there, okay? All right, yeah, you have glaciers and shit. You're drinking 1,000-year-old water. Calm down, okay? You actually have fucking mountains and shit everywhere. Showing off. I still drink tap water in Norway. Yeah, you have a beautiful country and you're rich, full of fucking mineral resources with the largest sovereign wealth fund in the world. Yes, you're all tall. You can fucking all drink milk. You're beautiful people. And you were gifted with retardation. You lost your Viking nature. So now your feminists run your country. You have mass fucking migrants all over Oslo. It's a shithole. So you know what? Yeah, you've been smited. You got gifted a great piece of magical land there. And you threw it all away by giving women power. Good job. So you get to live with the hell of Scandinavian feminism. You're cucked out in a whole different kind of way. So enjoy your clean water. It still wasn't enough to stop feminists from turning your country into a fucking third world hellhole. So we're still even. Norway's cool as fuck. I'd like to visit one day.
Make it work. If you had to pay a mechanic to do all this, it would be expensive.
They don't hold court in Norway. What the fuck?
But being that I have some tools and I can do this myself, all I've got to do is buy parts. Okay, so it's really not that expensive for me. It's just time. Okay, which that's part of the trap. How many of you right now are too busy working to make money to go replace all this junk as it's failing? Too busy earning that money to have the time to fix stuff. I'm telling you, it's a hard trap to escape from. And then something else I was thinking about as I was out here crawling around on the ground working on this. If I had a shop, I'd have already been done with this. It'd have been so much quicker, easier. Just having a vice right here beside me. Anyway. Well, that shop requires a commitment to, I'm going to build a shop. It requires infrastructure. It is infrastructure. It requires me to commit to having infrastructure so that I can work on stuff. Okay, well, most of us aren't or can't commit to having that infrastructure, to building that shop or buying one. Okay, well, then that just puts us right back at the mercy of manufacturers for the things we depend on. And that puts us right back into that trap. Yeah, this isn't an easy one to escape from. And honestly, I don't know that I'm going the right route with this. Okay, this is time.
It's just a sign of the times, man. Look, every other product is going to start getting worse and worse. People are going to probably end up looking for older things because they hold value better and they last longer. Everything's becoming too complex. We lost the right to repair a lot of things. And, you know, and not just small things like cars or your little appliances, but even our farms. Our farms are being destroyed and centralized. You can't even be a small scale farmer anymore for yourself. It's extremely expensive to do what used to be what everybody did for a living anyways on their little plots. So now we're at the mercy of all these multinational corporations that don't give a fuck about your health, that produce inferior products. Our food has gotten worse. It's not just material possessions like cars or computers or whatever else. Actually, computers have improved dramatically. Let's just say cars and appliances in general. It's food. Your food is shit. Your apples are GMO. Tomatoes are GMO. They have no flavor. They're picked when they're green. They ripen on the truck. They have no minerals. They have no vitamins in there. They get you sick oftentimes. The product is sprayed with God knows how many fucking pesticides, with what other chemicals. The dirt, the soil is dying. The soil can't even produce some of the crops. We got to artificially give the soil nitrogen and all this other plant food for the plants to even grow in this barren fucking soil that we have from monocrop culture. It's insane. More and more people are going to be searching for the natural alternatives. There's nowhere you can look at. Your toothpaste is fucking killing you. Your car is probably going to end up killing you. The computer screen is killing you with all the fucking light. The light bulbs are killing you because we don't have incandescent light bulbs anymore. All these LED colors. This is why I don't wear it on stream, but I have my blue light blockers. And oftentimes why I wear my other sunglasses, everybody's asking, because they block blue light. People don't understand every fucking thing kills you today. Everything. Hell, you can't even wipe your ass with that toilet paper that you like wiping your ass with because it's bleached. It has chemicals. It's seeping through your butthole, disrupting your hormones. Do you know that? My woman gets... I can't use my favorite toilet paper anymore, dog, because it's killing you. So we get that non-bleached toilet paper now. It's just color brown, you know? Everything. Everything. It's a joke. Use leaves. Use leaves. All right, we'll call it. I'll hang out with the chat. A couple more minutes. It makes you laugh. Why do you wear sunglasses indoors? Are you a cool guy? No, I like my retina, you fucking retard. It's not cool to wear sunglasses. Yeah, enjoy macular degeneration because you're not staring at a screen as long as I have to every day. Fucking idiot. I want to see your eyes. What are you, gay? You're going to tell me you like my beautiful hazel eyes? Yeah. I have my phone tinted towards red. And my screens also. There's a setting on your monitors or probably from your computer, it doesn't matter, where you could tint towards red. Do so. It does help protect your eyes. It helps you fall asleep better too. I think they call it like a sleep setting or something like that on your phones, but just permanently leave that on towards the day. Micro gardening is cool as fuck, dude. I highly recommend it. Everybody in the Balkans, micro gardens. I have a feeling Americans are going to start doing that as well. As things get more expensive, especially after this stupid war ends, whenever it ends, who knows how long it'll be until it ends. We're in a world of hurt. We're damaging all the terminals right now. We bombed theirs. They bombed Qatar's largest natural gas terminal. People have no idea. That shit's going to take years to bring back online. When they told you there will be short-term pain, what they didn't tell you was what short-term meant. And I made a post. I said that will be measured in months, best case scenario. We're looking at years of, quote, short-term pain. Yeah. Life's about to get very difficult. Now, coupled with the energy crisis will be the oncoming wave of AI replacement. Oh yeah, short-term pain, bro? No, there's a realignment going on in the world. That's what's actually happening. That's why, just like at the beginning of the stream, I'm telling you guys, you don't have a fucking choice. You think it's hard now? It's about to get much harder. It makes no sense to not try right now, to not learn AI right now. You're an early adopter right now, learning AI, doing shit, creating products, using it to better your life. Vast majority of the public, They have no idea about this shit. They just use it to talk to it like it's a friend or something. They're completely lost, bro. They're NPCs. The bots will be the ones that get massacred in the future. Don't be a bot. You need to start now, today. This guy's, how do I start a YouTube channel? Retard Max, bro. Just like the dude who doesn't know where fucking chicken eggs come from. Retard Max. Why are you asking me? Fucking sign up, make your own YouTube channel, hit the record button. Retard Max it. What's your topic? I don't know. What are you knowledgeable in? Retard Max it. Stop overthinking. Okay, turn the fucking camera on your face and hit the record button, big dog. Make a tutorial about where fucking chicken eggs come from. Yeah. What came first, the chicken or the egg? Hey, that's a good question. What came first, the chicken or the egg?
Adam 911 sent $5. 17K a month selling those 3D printed appliance repair parts. Plus my other businesses. Lol.
You see that? God, when you hear shit like this, they're here, guys, in the channel. 17K a month selling 3D printed appliance repair parts. That's just one income source. That other dude had a chain on his neck worth tens of thousands of dollars, iced out, full of diamonds. He doesn't know where eggs comes from. You're over here down talking in your own brain. You're doubting yourself in your own. You're a retard. Or you're not a retard, and that's why you're failing. Retard Max. Damn, they're calling you out, bro. They say they don't believe it. They don't believe you're making that kind of money. People are so far removed from wealth that they hear these numbers and they think it's somehow impressive. That's what's crazy. That's what's crazy, dude. Like people have been poor their whole lives. They only make $2,000 a month, $3,000 a month max on their shitty low wage job. Hearing a number like $17,000 a month and it's just one income, they go, "What? What the fuck, bro? I'm gonna need receipts. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way you're making that kind of money. That kind of money's crazy." JOB equals job or just over broke. I remember when I got my first 100K check at 27. 6-7 months into starting my business in remodeling and stucco. I remember when I signed with Marriott to repair one of their hotels. That was crazy. I remember when I was bidding on jobs that were $500,000. That was crazy. There's no fucking way. Who are these people? My largest check was $3,600. Yeah. It's a crazy feeling. In all seriousness, though, because I was broke too, dude. I was a bartender, struggling for cash. Same shit, living off tips. Fast forward just a few years later, and I cashed my first $100,000 check. I remember sitting in my car distinctly in my work truck. I'm covered in dried fucking pieces of stucco, cement and shit is all over me. The finish coat is dried up on my clothes. And the client hands me the check. Dude, I had what did I have at the time? Snapchat. I fucking put that shit on my Snapchat story right away. First 100K check, one of many. Life is good, working real hard. Hope to retire my parents early. Some shit like that. Yeah, man. I held 100K in my hand.
911
It felt fucking crazy.
6 income sources. I'm building a nice channel now as well. Retiring at 43 at the end of the year.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, I'll never forget the feeling of holding that check, man. Wow, it felt like I was stepping into another world. And it was. My life changed. You know what happens? These guys, they have this these retards on the comment section. There's more to life than money. Like, tell me you're broke without telling me you're broke, bro. There's more to life. Like, broke people talk like that. You need money to live. You're just surviving, bro. Enjoy your fucking ramen, big dog. There's more to life than money. As he eats his fucking $1 ramen in his apartment that has no furniture. What the fuck are you talking about? Money is life. Money gets you things. Money lets you experience life. Who the fuck are you talking about? There's more to life than money. Money is a tool to enjoy life with. These people are insane. Can you go right now on vacation? Oh, you can't. Why? Because it takes money, big dog. So who's living life more? Who's enjoying memories and experiences more? The guy who could take his family to the Maldives on demand? The guy who can go take off work and climb up a fucking mountain? The guy who could disappear for a weekend with the family and go on a boat on a lake? Who lives life more? There's more to life than me. Shut your broke ass up. Some broke ass talk right there. Money buys life, experience, memories. Sick of these broke motherfuckers. You have no money, you broke motherfucker. Get some. Then you'll experience life. Then you'll see it's worth living. It's hard as fuck when you're at the bottom and poor. I grew up poor. We had no money. I lived in a country you probably couldn't even find on a fucking map. In the middle of a village, in the middle of nowhere. The roads weren't even paved, big dog. I shit in an outhouse. You're trying to cope with me. Shut up, bro. You ever had to go till and fucking farm your own land because you couldn't afford groceries? I don't think you know what that's like. Get the fuck out of here, dude. These guys talking about more to life than money. Yeah, go live in a third world country where the government doesn't work. And watch how nice it is to not. Yeah, I've been a victim of poverty, big dog. I'll never go back. No thanks. More to life than money. Bitch, life can't even function properly without money. Let's see how far you get with that mindset, little bro. Nah. I'm good, dog. My life is great. I retired my family early, and that required money. Do you know how good I feel that my old man never has to fucking work another hard day's labor ever again? Oh my God. I know what a turfă is. Multe târfe în România. Era un șoc când am venit în România. Câte prostituate e pe stradă. Oh my God, dude. And they're like, money can't buy happiness. Shut up, bro. You're eating ramen. You can't afford even real food. You have to eat slop from China. It's fucking plat. It's not even real food you're eating. You're not even getting nutrients. God, you guys are crazy, bro. Never. Can't beat me. Sorry. These people are fucking nuts, bro. They try to bring you down to their level. That's the crabs talking. And then the other crabs will be like, what do they say? You never worked a real job. Those are the, you never had a real job in your motherfucking life. You don't know what you're talking about. Like, I slaving away. They're getting their backs broken on the fucking whatever job they got. Shut the fuck up, bro. What do you know about hard work? It could hit you in the fucking face. You wouldn't have any idea. They always try to impose their experiences on your life. They're like, he never had a real job. You need to build something. Uh-huh. They're fucking crazy, dude. Do they know who they're fucking talking to? I don't think they know my backstory when they say some of this shit. It's funny as fuck. They're talking to the one man that literally brought himself up out of fucking poverty, literally. From the worst start you could possibly have. I was in the streets broke, hanging out with the wrong people in Romania. At the time, it was a third world country in the Wild West where the economy didn't exist. It fucking imploded after the Soviet Union collapsed. There were no rules. There were no jobs. There was nothing. They were experiencing a fucking depression. I was in the projects. I saw things you shouldn't see as a child. These people are insane. You don't know about hard work. All right, bro. It always happens when shit, right? When you get money, all of a sudden, there's more to life than money. When you have an easier job.
911 cent $5. I went from not having enough to eat every day. I would eat tuna 3 days a week and drink water the rest of the time.
Stay
Now
with me with
steak and
peanut
eggs
butter.
7 days a week. I
Same
can
with me.
tip 50% if I feel like it when I go out. I've been there.
Yep, same with me, dog. I tell the peanut butter story all the time. My monthly budget for food was $50. I ate Skiffy peanut butter jelly, store brand bread. You don't know what it's like to struggle. You don't know real hard work. I have a picture of literally my hands covered in dust and cement and fucking ripped up, torn up fucking skin from that so-called hard work, big dog. Please, I've never been happier. The more money I got, the happier I got. I'm glad I am blessed to have the problems I have. You're insane. You think I'm going back to being poor. There's more than life than fucking money. Bro, what world are you living in? You think we live out in pastures and shit with cows and goats? You think we're out here living a fucking agrarian lifestyle? What world are you living in? Are you partaking in this economy? Because in this fucking life that we live, you literally cannot live without money. Shit. Yeah, they're in this like make-believe cope land where like, I don't have money, but money isn't everything. It's okay. All right. You keep telling yourself that, homie. You keep believing in that shit. I'll keep believing in my beliefs. You haven't had family members die because you couldn't afford medicine. The basics. Yeah. You tell me how good it is to not have money when you watch your own people suffer because you lack money. Then you tell me that there's more to life. The fuck out of here, dude. You're a retard and you're coping. That's what you are. Enjoy being broke. You will die a miserable death being broke. No thanks. Can't be me. If I need to get a fucking surgery done for something, I'll pay for it in cash. Suck my dick. I'm not ever going to be a victim. You're fucking crazy. Communism was the shits? Yeah. I was born 20 days after he was using tanks in the streets to kill people, committing genocides. That was great. And then when the economy collapsed because it was all fake, I got to live in that Wild West. That was great. Very interesting. Communism was the shits, homie.
Adam 911 cent $5. Or you get the people telling you to give your money away because you make too much. Or you don't need to make that much. It's insane the level of jealousy and cope.
Yep. Yeah, they'll shame people for super chatting just because they want to super chat. They'll be like, why are you giving away your money? Because he has money to give and he feels like it, bro. He's entertained. He's not turning on the TV. He's turning this stream and he's giggling. He's laughing. He's learning some things. So he's like, fuck it, here's $5. I make $17,000 a month from one of my 6 incomes. Like, you wouldn't know that level of money. We have another dude in here. He's even crazier. Where the fuck is Pinnacle at? He died in Greece or something, smashing too many women. That dude just drops in, donates thousands of dollars. He's like, yeah, I own like 40 fucking big rigs and I make tens of thousands a day. Later, Pinnacle drowned in pussy in Greece somewhere. That dude was on a yacht. He's just tuning in on a yacht from Starlink with bitches all around him. You can't fathom some of these people. You think that guy is sitting on his yacht with Starlink and 10 hoes, drunk, tipsy as fuck, just dropping thousands of dollars in chat. You think he's the one? You think there's more to life than money? you think that guy is thinking anything in that realm, bro? Are you shitting me? There's more to life than money. And that guy that wrote that comment, he's over there eating his ramen, his $1 ramen. You can't fucking fathom what the fuck you're even talking about. Bro. Yes, that's crazy. Beta mindset. That's what we're trying to do, though. Wake people up into the mentality of thinking different, thinking long-term, thinking about building. Don't be a consumer, be a creator. You have the tools to create now. But the bug man, yeah, it's bug man behavior. It's the bug sandwich mentality. That's what they have. Truly, it really is, because you can show these motherfuckers how to build and create things. You can show them that you don't need the expertise and the certifications for anything anymore. And they'll go, this AI shit is slop. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Any AI shit. Do I still have this voices? Where is it?
Is my voice? Did my voice change? Did I get the bug voice here? Is it working? I can't hear myself, so I can't say.
That's the bug voice? Yeah. That's literally what...
Yeah, I don't want to go to work. I don't want to create anything. I don't care what you have to say. It's hard. There's more to life than happiness. You don't know what you're talking about. Enjoys this bug sandwich.
Bro, please, get the fuck out of here with that weak-ass mentality. That shit's insane. Dude is over here sounding like a 90s rock band and shit. Life's so hard. I want to taste barrels. Pointed at myself. Shut up, bro. Fucking hell. You're annoying to even be around. You must be great at parties. Oh, wait, you don't get invited. You're too poor. You can't afford to go. You can't even buy the gas to get there, dog. Sounding like a grunge band and shit, yeah. I tried so hard. I'm enjoying my ramen. Please. Holy shit, bro. I'm going to chop this up into a video. I can't wait to read the comments. I'm going to laugh so hard at the butt hurts, dude. I hope it gets like minus 10 million fucking subs. I hope so, dude. Get out of my channel. Seriously. Be like one dude in the comment section just like praising himself. He's like, bro, thank you so much. I got my shit together. Immediately someone gets in there. Yeah,
but not everybody can get their shit together. You got lucky. Yeah, but not everybody can do it. Shut up.
Shut the fuck up, bro. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Anything. You can't tell these fags anything. Seriously, I'm not even joking. You cannot tell them anything. There's an excuse for absolutely every single fucking thing that went wrong into their life. Every single thing, bro. You can't. If you earn money, it was luck. If you got a great body, it's genetics. You sorry, you didn't work out at the gym. If you eat clean food, not everybody can afford clean food. If you drive anywhere, sorry, bro, not everybody has a car. If you read books, I can't afford a book. Jeez Louise, dog. You're hopeless. Leave, bro, please. Smith & Wesson has a product just for you.
Adam911 sent $5. Unfortunately to admit it. Before I had my glow up, I guess it's called. I was that negative type troll guy.
Well, that's what it is. It's the mentality shift. Somewhere along the trolling and all that shit, when you stopped having that negative mentality was when you started getting in that creator mindset, that producer mindset. You weren't a consumer anymore. You were starting to think, instead of being the crab pulling shit down, you were the guy carrying the bucket now. You're like, how do I make money off these retarded crabs? How do I get a product that people want to buy, a service to offer? That's the difference. Most people will die the crabs that they are. Listen, you can't save all men. It's the brutal reality. We talked about this in the private community. It's sad. I wish I could. But after speaking to so many men, most men can't be saved. The Pareto principle probably applies, dude. 80-20. 80% of the men watching this right now, you will not be saved. 80% of you on YouTube tomorrow, the day after, whenever I chop this up, you will all die broke and poor, and it is from your own doing, your own hands doing, your own decisions that you made. 80% of you. You will watch this video, maybe get excited, laugh a little bit, go, holy fuck, he's right, motivated, whatever. Like all the old motivational videos I used to do. Yeah, I feel so good. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait to get started. On Monday, I've had enough of this. I'm going to be somebody today.
All right, bro. The feeling goes away. I'm not on the screen yelling at you to be better, telling you how much better life could be. And then you'll go back to the same garbage shit fucking lifestyle, the same mediocre schedule, the same mediocre hobbies you got. And you will die your mediocre death because you will not evolve. You will not transform yourself. You accept less. You know, Myron put out that book. I never read it, but the title is Why Women Deserve Less. You deserve less, bro, because you accept less. It's all your fault. He needs to come out with a book called You Deserve Less as a Man Because You Accept Less, and explain to men why they will die in their shitty positions because they chose to. That's the most brutal aspect about this, and the most empowering aspect of it all too. It's all a choice. There's nothing stopping you, quite literally. You chose this life. Yeah, you chose this life. That means you can choose to change it. You have ultimate power. You are the author of your own destiny. That's a beautiful thing to understand. Most of you will never get that, though. Most of you will blame the system, the country, the president, the economy, the women, the algorithms, the whatever. Doesn't matter. And that is why you will die a slave. Once you understand that you hold the ultimate power in your life, you know, what is that? There's Bible verses that tell you exactly this, like idle hands are the devil's playthings, or the actual Bible verse of your own toilings, your own two hands, and how this is ultimate power. So many verses in the Bible tell you that shit. They had old wisdom there. And just from great men before. Yeah. But people accept less, bro. That's the problem. Once you accept that you hold this power, you start to make a change. You are a total your decisions at this point. Yeah. Your life is a culmination of all your decisions. That's an excuse. Most people lack experience. Again, you're doing too much. Experience is something you gain throughout the process of learning. You don't start with experience. I don't understand where people get this idea that you must have experience in something to start. Nobody had experience in any single fucking thing they ever started. They got experience after starting working through it and getting through the process. Yeah, but most people don't have experience. Did I have experience as a fucking YouTuber when I started? No. Did I have experience as a business owner when I started? No. You start and then experience comes through trials, through failing, through succeeding. Retard maxing. You're not listening to me. You see how they're still in the chat, the 80% in the chat. Literally not listening. You got a guy who fucking doesn't know chickens make eggs. He just started. You think he had experience? Do you think his brain can even process the word experience? The fuck, bro? Yeah, but you lack the experience to start a bit. You're doing too much.
911 cent $5. That's my father still to this day. Toxic, never his fault. Women, government, etc. I'm glad I learned what not to be. I'm down to 220 bow from almost £500 when I started. 25k, 30k a month. If I can do it, anyone can, guys. Raw action.
That is all it is, dude. Raw fucking action. Time and effort equals success. I've told you that's the secret key to the universe, bro. Time and effort. Time and effort. Put in time and effort into something. All it is, bro. If you don't put time into something and max effort, you fail. It needs to be both. You need enough time and enough effort into something, and it equals success. If you fucking deviate from the formula, you fail. It's that simple. Some guys put in nothing but time into shit with very little effort. They dick around all the time. They constantly research, think about what to do next, gathering experience, gathering market data, gathering, no action, bro, no effort. Fails. Time plus effort equals success. You literally max out all your time and your effort into one singular goal. It fucking succeeds 100% of the time. You understand how that works? You ever heard of people saying become obsessed with something? Eat, sleep, drink, think, fuck, shit. The thing you're thinking of, the goal that you have, they always succeed and get what they want, huh? Isn't that weird? The universe moves out of your fucking way when you think that way. I'm gonna say, nah, bug sandwich for you. Yeah, the sad part is this. The video turns off, the live stream turns off, everybody's fired up. We hear you, Unc. The words, they're coming through. I feel a little tingle inside, potential. I got it. I know it's there. I've had some great ideas. Couple hours go through, you get an email, bill due, stress, work calling you in, all that shit. What happened, big dog? Then it's next week. Oh, you know that idea, I was going to start that. Oh, you know, I was thinking about that thing. It's been on my mind. Ah, man, I had to go into work. Oh, I forgot. You know, just some things came up. What are you doing? The fuck are you doing? And then they'll cope in the comments. You know, not everybody's got time to work out. I love those people, bro. They just come out of the woodwork coping. Not everybody has time to go to the gym for hours like you. Not. Yes, cue the NPC music. Not everybody can afford to eat clean. Not everybody. What you're saying basically is I'm a bitch and I can't do it. So stop making me feel bad.
I'm such a pussy, I can't ever do anything you say to do. Stop talking about it.
BC.
Go talk about women again. I want to see you talk bad about women. I'm sick of you holding a mirror to my face. I didn't sign up for this. I want to see you rag on women again. Stop. Stop telling me to make money. Stop telling me to talk to women. Stop it. I'll play my video games and jack off. Stop.
All right, bro. All right, big dog. Remember I got into a tizzy with some of the MGTOW community people? I think I lost like a couple hundred subscribers in that one video where I was like, MGTOW is the fucking cope for a lot of men. Not the original MGTOW, but the like 19, 20-year-old dudes that talk about going their own way.
Adam 911 sent $5. I hate the old me. I'm glad I killed that version of myself. That's
Fuck
exactly what I used to sound like. Lol.
Yeah. What's up, Cucktoid? Yeah, life is great. Hey, you see it. Yeah, you see it in the videos. I could today, right now, we could right now go on some channel that just clips highlights of women on TikTok. Right now, today, we could test this shit out. The title of the episode will be this: Married woman regrets leaving her husband. Ends up broken alone. I guarantee that shit gets 100,000 views. I guarantee it. It's going to be some old hag. No one gives a fuck what she has to say. Watch that video, literally 12-minute video. We'll finish it off. And then all of a sudden, 100,000 views. Hey, we got a video talking about how to make your life better. Stop. I only come here to see the women talk. All right, bro. Unsubscribe, please. Thank you. Shed away from my channel. Same with the MGTOW copers. I'm glad I shed them. Goodbye. Fuck off. I only respect the OG MGTOW people. The original that were married, had kids, got fucked over by the family court system. Those are the real guys going their own way. They've already experienced all of life. Don't fucking tell me some 19-year-old is going his own way. And that shit pissed them off. You can't say that. Shut the fuck up, bro. I don't care. Your opinion doesn't mean shit to me. Okay? Goodbye. Or you're commenting on what I'm saying. Like, he's sold out. No, I have an opinion. You don't like it. Get over yourself. The fuck? As well, to be fair, it's a relief to hear you talk about women as not adversarial, just cooperating in a different or operating in a different reality. Yeah, bro, but how many times? Listen, you learn the game, you're told the information, and move on. Use it. I was originally a political channel. People don't know. I'm not Manosphere. I'm not Red Pill. I'm not MGTOW. I'm not any of that shit. I talk about things that I'm interested in. It happened to be easy to do female content because of the amount of experience I had. I started off with politics and I got fucking banned. They suppressed and deleted my channel because I was talking about COVID. People don't know that shit. The only people that know are from the early days that was there when I was co-hosting and we were talking about culture, commentating on LGBTQ, commentating on COVID, politics. They have no idea that's where we started from. Talking about the government, the fucking corruption. They tuned in because they were tuning in all this fucking women slop. So great, bro. People will think my channel started that way. But they have no idea. So now when we're talking about the Iran war, they're like, you switched up. You switched up, bruh. Why are you talking about the war? It's like, bro, you want me to, I can grift so easy, dog. I can just talk about women. I'll pull up the highlights right now, get 100K a fucking video, tell you why you're a good little boy and women are so bad and evil, and just collect checks, dude. It'd be easy. It would. Honestly, it would be easy. No need to stream nothing. You know that those videos take like 20 minutes max. They have channels on YouTube. All they do is collect TikTok videos. I barely have to do any work. I go in there right now, literally, and just chill like this and just hear women bitching and go, XYZ, XYZ, XYZ. And the seals will clap in the comments. Yeah, fuck bitches. Women ain't shit. Yeah. Look how stupid she feels. Okay. And then just collect money. So easy. But saying this shit, this is inflammatory to people in the community. When I post this video, there's going to be butthurts galore in the comment section. He fucking sold out. He's switching up. He switched up. He's not real anymore. He doesn't affirm my delusions. Okay, dog. What, you don't think politics is fucking inflammatory? You don't think talking about the Iran war gets you enemies? You don't think that causes your channel to be suppressed because you're not parroting the mainstream? That's crazy. He's grifting. He's moving on to the grift. Oh, you want the one that gets you banned and suppressed? Fuck. Oh, wow. It makes perfect sense, bro. Let go of the moneymaker golden goose, which is shitting on women, and go into other topics that hold men accountable they don't like to hear. Go into topics about politics attacking the government. Wow. Brilliant financial move there. Like, they don't fucking think, dude. Yeah, it's a super profitable, fun grift to get banned and put on government list. It's awesome, actually. I enjoy the buku amounts of money. Yeah, people are dug into their ideology too. It's strange. My opinion will change with information. I don't hold any strong opinions on anything. If new information comes along, like, I'm not digging into a position that obviously doesn't make sense with new information. But there's people that are dug into these ideologies, kind of like the same insane leftists. You find them in MGTOW, you find them in a red pill, you find them everywhere. These people are nuts, bro. You can show them different information, they'll still stick to their guns on that shit. Or not. Yeah, it's insane. Yeah, zealots to a cause for no reason. You don't benefit from having this ideology ingrained into you. Any ideology, honestly. I'm not an ideologue. I just give me information, I'll form my own opinion. If information changes, my opinion changes. And that's how it should be. I have values that I hold dear to myself, you know? Morals and shit like that. Of course, they don't change. But opinions on topics like women, men, society, of course shit changes depending on the information you're getting. Anything new that happened, developing. Yeah, I'm not a part of any fucking tribe on that shit. Don't fucking call me a conservative. Don't call me MAGA. Make no mistake, the fucking cap is red. Yeah, but it says make masculinity great again. It doesn't say fucking Trump on there. I don't give a shit. I had hope for Trump. Everybody did. Yeah, fluid logic. That's it. I've been consistent in everything I've been talking about. Oh, Passport Bros. So for people that wanted to get an example, 2022 or 3, right? Was it when the Passport Bros shit was exploding? And that was what I was covering a lot. And of course, because I was interested in that. Why? Because I was about to go overseas and retire my parents. So I was watching nothing but Passport Bro content and men overseas and what it's like dating overseas and all those other channels. I was talking about life overseas because I was preparing myself and hey, let's learn about this shit. Look how different it looks. It's amazing. And then you go live overseas, not travel, live. And then you see the truth. And then you learn some things, right? It's called new information. And then I say, hey guys, here's what it's really like. And then gets banned off Passport Bros subreddit, gets shunned by Passport Bros community. He's not with the Passport Bros shits anymore. Yeah, okay, bro. Have you lived overseas for a couple years? Oh, did you see what it's really like? Have you gotten to speak to actual expats that have lived in multiple countries? Yeah, I got experience. I got information that you don't have. And I'm telling you what it's really like. That's one of the great examples. And I may have more experience 10 years from now on some shit, and my mind will change on that too. Duh. You're supposed to. I don't trust anybody that's dug into an ideology, bro. You're a fucking clown. Yeah. It's weird that there are the creators that stick to one topic forever. How the fuck do you do that? How are some of these guys still doing the same red pill content from 4 fucking years ago because of the money? You don't change, like, you couldn't move into another topic? You can't, you're not, nothing else is interesting? I can't, bro. That, to me, is the grift. To me, personally, that's the grift. If you can't move into multiple topics and maybe risk your audience to stand on something, an opinion, to have your own opinion, you know, there's some people, there's a lot of creators that will not say a lot of uncomfortable shit because they're afraid of their audiences, bro. You're captured. A lot of these creators are captured by their audience. It's pathetic, bro. How much shit have I said in just the last 20, 30 minutes that if any other person says this shit, they're toast. They know their community's gonna turn on them. People are not gonna tune in anymore. You fucking switched up, bro. They can't handle that shit. I can't trust people's opinions like that. Yeah, they're held hostage by their own community.
911 sent $5. 99% of so-called passport brothers are nothing but sexpat brothers. I hate being bunched in with them. I'm retiring to Thailand, yes, not because of women. Women is a bonus.
Exactly. Yeah. The only creators I pay attention to are the ones that are willing to say uncomfortable shit to their audience that they know is unpopular. You know, that's why I started watching Nick Fuentes recently, too. I started watching him after the whole debacle with, who was it? Charlie Kirk, when he got shot. I shouldn't even call that a debacle. The tragedy of Charlie Kirk. And he had a very beautiful, like, eulogy kind of monologue to him. And I was like, oh, this guy's way more mature than people are giving him credit for. You were still stuck under the mainstream of, like, gay Mexican. That's what they were calling him. And then I watched a full show and I was like, what? This is completely different than what they're making him out to be. And I've even seen some of his recent takes. We're very closely politically aligned. A lot of the shit that he says, I've said on my stuff right before he'll go live later on in the day. And I'm like, he's seeing, or I should say, at least because he's far more politically inclined, of course, he is far more politically attuned than I am. And the fact that I'm able to see a lot of what he sees, he's just down in the details a lot more. Like, he knows by name, by organization, he's very good. He's very, like, he's rooted deep in politics. I like the more zoomed out view, kind of like StarCraft. I like to see how nations as a whole, administrations as a whole, how they all act and, you know, play off of each other, like that power dynamics in that nature. Yeah, he's in deep in the trenches. And I'm like, if I'm able to gauge similar things that he is, if he can see the things I'm seeing, or I'm seeing the things he's seeing, then I'm cool. I'm on the right track. And I liked recently, I saw an episode where he was telling people some shit about voting for Democrat and all that. He's willing to burn the Republican Party. And I know that's not popular with his people. I know everybody's going to turn on him and shit on him for saying vote Democrat. I know that opinion is inflammatory to his core audience. And that is why I trust him more. Because he's willing to burn those people down that are in the echo chambers. Da. Something direct. So that's why I respect creators like that. No matter what your audience is, no matter who your audience is and what they believe, when you're flexible with your thinking in that fashion, it's more trustworthy. He's a religious zealot. Don't care. Don't care for his religion. I go for the politics. Yeah. That's another thing, discarding people because they have one part of their beliefs that you don't like.
At MLRS7 we sent $2. Can you bring on Nick Fuentes as a guest?
Yeah, if he'd like to come on. If he deems it worthy to come on, of course. And I don't discount people either just because they have one thing I don't agree with. Like, I will not watch Tucker because even though I think he's a pressure release valve for the, what could you say, populist right, and that he tries to take the steam out of the movement going further right, he is a gate. It doesn't mean I don't watch him. It doesn't mean I don't get my news sources from everything's propaganda, but people are telling me, well, you're listening to CCP propaganda. I don't care. I know it's propaganda. I'll go on Al Jazeera. I know it's propaganda. I'll go on CNN. I know it's leftist propaganda. Fox News is right-wing propaganda. I know it's propaganda, bro. I'm not an idiot. I know all of it. It is all propaganda, but once you consume all sides, you can get to something in the middle. And you can approximate something that sounds truthful thereabouts. But you have to consume all sources. Oh! Yeah, that weird little laugh he does. Yeah, it's all propaganda. They're gatekeepers. Why do you think we just watched earlier on the stream? We watched fucking Piers Morgan. That's propaganda. He's a gatekeeper. He's a mid-level gatekeeper to the mainstream on the new age of influence, which is called independent journalism on YouTube or other platforms. He's just the latest step in gatekeeping. Still watch it though. Don't care if the man's a cuck and Mr. Suds is banging out his wife. I'm still going to watch and see what his guests are saying and see what he has to say about certain topics. Yeah. So. I think Patrick McDavid, I think back when I was hosting with Sophie, PBD was in contact something about coming on the show. They wanted us both to come on. But I was already doing mostly Legion of Men stuff, so it didn't pan out. Something like, I can't remember. It's so long ago, dude. Yeah, I can't remember. Anyways, that was a long extra rant. Do you like physics? Yeah, dude, I love physics. I saw it. Was that you wrote something about quantum mechanics? Cover quantum mechanics in depth. I'm a huge nerd. You guys don't know. I love space. I love science in general. I'm a science man. Yeah, I would totally go into quantum mechanics and string theory and, you know, all that crazy shit. Multiverse. Multiple universes, all that stuff. That to me is like very interesting. Yeah, quantum entanglement, that's it's so fascinating when you get down to that level and see what things are made of. And then you start to figure out it's not actually a physical thing that's waves. Everything is a wave, a resonance. And Tesla knew that shit back in the day. You want to unlock the secrets of the universe? You have to look at the world differently. We think it's a physical thing. Like when you look down at a gluon or some other subatomic particles. What it actually looks like. It's just a vibration. Yeah. We're made of vibrations. That doesn't even make sense. That's so crazy. Like our mind can't conceptualize what that even means. The world is vibrations. What? Yeah. Oh, you know a particle could be at two places at once? Wait, how? Oh, you know, it depends on the observer observing the thing. changes the result of the test? What? Yeah, a lot of people have no idea. The world's fucking freaky. The world's crazier than anything. Carl Sagan all day, every day. It's not even fucking close. Neil deGrasse Tyson was tight up until he started going woke with the trans ideology. I still like him because his show is cool. Like, I'll tune into his show, Star Talk. I do watch that. Super interesting because it's just on another level. It's disseminated information for the masses. But yeah, still fun to watch. Again, like I said, because you say you hate him, I don't hate him. I just think it's sad that he has to protect his career, so he has to say all the woke talking points, or else he'll lose a lot of standing in the community. So he has to say the leftist shit. He probably personally doesn't believe it, but he's held hostage to the leftist beliefs in academia and obviously the liberal elite institutions. He doesn't believe that shit, duh. But I still watch. Like, I'm not going to discount all his knowledge in science at all. It's stupid to. So I feel nothing about it. I just go, yeah, it's sad. You're held hostage, bro. I get it. You'll lose grants. You'll lose support. You'll lose your show. You'll lose a lot of things because that's the camp that you're in. It is what it is. One of my favorite dudes to listen to, and he's super fucking dense, Joshua Bach. If you guys don't know, like a German researcher, AI scientist, whatever you want to call him. Dude, every time that guy speaks, he came on and he did, I forget what podcast, that other robotic dude. He sounds like a fucking robot. He's a plant. What's that robot dude? He does science shows all the time. Look up, what's his name? He's the Russian scientist dude. He's been on Joe Rogan. He talks like a fucking monotone robot. He's not interesting at all, but his podcast got big. He's like a plant. What the fuck is his name? Lex. Yeah, Lex Friedman. Type in YouTube. I'm going to get off of this right now afterwards. Go look up Lex Friedman, Joshua Bach, and listen to, I think there's 2 or 3 episodes. This guy, Joshua Bach, every time I heard him speak on that podcast, and other ones later, but dude, it's crazy. Like, he says shit. Most scientists take forever to, like, conceptualize some of the things he's saying, and he goes through so many topics at such a deep level. And he has one conversation, during their conversation, there's one point where he talks about Gaia and how we're like, we're the carbon. We're the ones that are actually healing the world because we're taking carbon and putting it back into the atmosphere, greening the planet. Some shit like that. I have to rewatch it again. He's extremely dense when he talks. They talk a lot about AI, how computers see the world like that. He's like a computer scientist, AI researcher. It's very dense. Yeah, Lex is a plant. Don't worry about it. Anyways, he's too fucking boring. He gets a lot of views. He's boosted. But Joshua Bach, Lex Friedman, I have 2 podcasts there for sure. Plus, this Joshua Bach dude's based as fuck. He got in trouble because he said women. He said women and something else. What did he say? I don't know if he said women and minorities, but I know he said women. I just remember that. He got in big trouble because he was questioning if women were even sentient. He said some funny shit, dude. Joshua Bach. Yeah. Women sentient. Let me see if I could find that article. I gotta find that. Hold on. Controversy. Let me see if that brings it up. Fuck, I can't find it.
Adam 911 sent $5. Later, Bo, I'm heading out. Date tonight. If you get a hiking trip planned before I leave, let me know. I'll grab a flight out.
All right, we'll keep you posted, brother. Take care. Enjoy your date. Can't find it, guys. Sorry to let you down. But all right, we're calling it. Gotta go eat some meal prep, get to the gym, pick up heavy things, retard max. More doing, less thinking. Thanks so much, guys, for tuning in. Appreciate everybody that's here. Everybody that's donated, all the super chats, everybody in the private community, all the subs on Kick. Thank you, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Similar time. I'll schedule this out eventually. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Took some monotony out of your day, made you laugh. And take care. See you Friday.